Ms. Jean-Pierre, can you hear me?
Yes, Your Honor.
Hello?
I can hear you. I can hear you, Your Honor. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, Ms. Janvier.
Ms. Jean-Pierre, I think I'm having trouble with my speakers. Can you hear me?
Yes, Your Honor, I can hear you.
So you all can hear me, but I can't hear you. Okay. All right, let me see if I can fix it. I think that my computer tried to run an update and I don't know what happened. Hello?
Good morning, Judge.
Nope. I think I'm gonna have to get out and so you all can hear me, but I can't hear you at all. And it's indicating there's some kind of issue with my speaker, but I only have one speaker. Let's see.
Judge, go to your Zoom settings and recheck your Zoom settings when it ran the update.
All right, I'll be back. Just give me a minute. All right, I can hear you now. Hopefully. Ms. Jean-Pierre, somebody, can you say something?
Yes, yes, Your Honor, I can hear you.
Perfect. Gonna look a little goofy, but hey, we'll get through it. All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is the arraignment calendar. I'm Judge Tammy Long Hayward. Thank you for your patience during my technical issues. So first thing I'm going to do is give you a little bit of information. Each of you is here, and this may be the first time that your case has been on a criminal arraignment calendar. This is I'm Judge Tammy Long Hayward, and this is courtroom 304 in Clayton County State Court. But you have several rights that I'm going to explain to you. The first and most important is that everyone has the right to have an attorney represent you. If you cannot afford one, I can appoint one to you. I expect that you'll make one of 3 pleas during this calendar. You can enter a plea of not guilty. If you enter a plea of not guilty, you can have a trial at a later date. The state has the burden of proving the case against you beyond a reasonable doubt, and you do not have to present any evidence or testimony against yourself. You have a Fifth Amendment right against self-incrimination. So what that means is you have to show up for trial, but after that, the state has carries any burden. You do not have to present any evidence or testimony. If you wish to present evidence or testimony, you may do so. If you wish to represent yourself at trial, I do need to tell you that I can't treat you any differently than I would treat an attorney who's trained in the rules of evidence and procedure, and you may have a difficulty getting evidence into the record of the court. So please consider that you may be at a disadvantage if you try to represent yourself at a trial. But it is your right to do so. Also, if you are convicted, you have before during the trial, the maximum penalty could be up to 12 months in jail, a $5,000 fine, or both per offense. If you felt like the conviction was a mistake, you have the right within 30 days of the verdict of the court to challenge your conviction by appealing to a higher court, and an outcome might be different. So those are the rights that come with having a trial and entering a not guilty plea. If you enter a plea of guilty, it's because you believe you're guilty of the offense before the court and you wish to begin your sentence. If you enter a plea of nolo or no contest, it means that you understand the state has evidence that they could use against you in in trial, and that as a result of that, a conviction might happen. And so you wish to enter a plea of nolo, which means that you're not contesting the evidence, but you're also not entering a plea of guilty, and we can resolve your case today. If you enter a plea of nolo, there's some benefits to it, particularly with cases involving traffic offenses. It may help you avoid points on your license, may help you avoid any penalties such as suspension of your license. If you are a commercial driver and you hold a CDL, you may want to be careful about how you enter your plea before you get enough information. So if you don't have enough information to tell you what might happen to your commercial driver's license after you enter a plea, or if you're convicted at trial, then you may want to enter a plea of not guilty and take that time while you prepare for trial to determine what is going to happen, because I don't want you to lose your ability to earn a living for your family without knowing that that might happen. Also, if you're under 21 and you're charged with a traffic offense, nolo pleas may not work the same for you. Under 21 drivers accrue more points more quickly, and a suspension is likely to happen. And the suspension for you will be longer than it would be for someone who is over the age of 21. All right, at this time, I'm going to call the calendar. If you are represented by an attorney, your attorney will speak on your behalf, but I do need to know that you are here. And if you are not represented, then we'll talk about first whether you need an attorney, and I'll appoint one if you do. And second, whether you wish to speak with the state to determine what their recommendation is in your case. The first person on the calendar is Jacoby Lamar Austin. I see Mr. Austin on video. He's a
Right here, Your Honor.
holding Dennis. Thank you, Mr. Austin.
Hi, Your Honor. That's my case. We actually represent both Mr. Austin and his co-defendant, Jakira Jeffries. Your Honor, upon looking at the case, there is a conflict. However, as I have not talked to either one about the case yet, and we've represented Mr. Austin before, we plan to continue to represent Mr. Austin, but Ms. Jeffries will need conflict counsel.
All right, Ms. Fowl, if we can get conflict counsel for Jakira Denise Jeffries. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
And Your Honor, I will need to speak with Mr. Austin. I was avoiding speaking with him until I could verify the conflict.
All right, will do. All right, Luis Baltazar Villeda. Luis Baltazar Villeda.
He's here in the courtroom, Judge.
I see him. Sir, do you need an interpreter? I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
I'm good. I don't need an answer.
Oh, okay, cool. Thank you. Sir, you're before the court on, let me pin you because it's hard to see. There you go. You're before the court on no license, failure to dim headlights, distracted driving, giving false name, address, or date of birth, and improper lane change. Mr. Balthazar Vieira, do you need to have an attorney appointed for you?
Yes, please.
Okay. How old are you, sir? All right, so I'm going to appoint the law firm of Lister, Holt, and Dennis. They're going to come into a breakout room and they're going to speak to everyone in the courtroom who needs assistance from them. So you'll be able to speak with them. And then if we can resolve your case today, we will. If not, we'll give you your information going forward, okay? All right, have a seat. Thank you. All right. Trisonda Alley Barrett. And Ms. Barrett is here. She's also in the courtroom. And she is represented by Lister, Holt, and Dennis.
Yes, Your Honor, that's my case. I didn't have a good number for her, so I guess I'll speak with her in the breakout room.
All right, so Ms. Barrett, please make sure that Ms. Hahn has your contact information when she comes into the breakout room to speak with you, so that you all can continue your conversations outside of court, okay? But just have a seat and she's gonna come into the breakout room and speak with you, all right? All right, Ryan DeJodius Brown. Ryan Brown. Is it Ryan Brown on video?
State requested bench warrant, Your Honor.
All right. Bench warrant granted. Janasia Quintrell Brown.
I'm here, Your Honor.
All right. Brown, may I see you? All right.
Hi.
Your
All
Honor,
right, so
that's-
Ms. Brown, you're represented by the law firm of Lister, Holt, and Dennis.
Yes.
Okay.
Your Honor,
Mr.
that's my case. We'll be pleading not guilty in that case.
Okay, what's the whole charge? Because it cuts off on my calendar.
Failure to make an accident report, Your Honor.
Okay. Are you seeking a jury trial or bench trial?
Jury trial, Your Honor.
All right. All right. So, ma'am, keep in touch with your attorney. Make sure he has all of your contact information. And then once your trial date comes up, then you'll get notice. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
All right. You're free to go. Fred Chitty. Fred Chitty. Is that him at the podium? All right. Mr. Chetty, you're before the court for no license, suspended registration, and no tag or expired tag. At least one of these charges could result in a suspension of your license. Sir, do you wish to have an attorney represent you, or do you wish to represent yourself?
So I have a question. It says that my license was suspended. I actually have every documentation for those charges. I don't know how to answer that.
Okay, so you're saying that you have the documentation for that will address the no license and the suspended registration and tag charge. You have all your paperwork for that. Okay, now this is a choice kind of separate from that. It's whether you wish to be represented by.
Your Honor,
Yes.
I'm sorry. I can't hear you. I don't know if anybody else is having difficulties, but I can't hear you at all.
I can't hear you nor the courtroom, Your Honor. This is your court reporter.
How long will I have to get an attorney? I think she's on there now. Are you on it?
They fixed the volume.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I was saying if you didn't hear, that's what she said.
Courtroom, hold on a moment, please. Hold on, courtroom.
Shoot.
Can you hear us, Judge?
Stand by, everyone. She's logging on and coming back in, so stand by, please.
All right, I'm back, ladies and gentlemen. Can you hear me? Okay, sometimes you just got to turn it off and turn it back on. Sorry.
Yeah. We can hear you, Judge. Turn your camera on.
Yes, yes, Ms. Val. All right. All right, so we had spoken to Mr. Chitty. Mr. Chitty says that he has all of the paperwork that he needs to show that he does not have, I guess, to address each of these charges. But Mr. Chitty, we were still having the conversation about whether you needed to have an attorney hosted, an attorney appointed to you. Did you wish to have an attorney, sir?
For the need, I don't, my documents, they literally speak for themselves, like they're saying.
No problem. Then what I can do is have someone from the solicitor's office come view your documents, and then Miss Janvier can make a decision about what is going to happen with your case, okay? All right, no problem. Just have a seat for me. Thank you. Thank you all for your patience with my technical difficulties. All right, Giovanni Roy Howell.
Your Honor, he's in the courtroom.
All righty. How old are you, Mr. Howell?
21, Your Honor.
Good morning, sir. How old are you for me?
I'm 21, Your Honor.
Oh, just made it. Okay, so Mr. Howell, as I stated before, for people under the age of 21, there are some extra possible penalties, but you're 21. You're charged with speeding 26 to 30 miles per hour over the limit and license not on person. If you wish to have an attorney represent you, you may, and if you wish to represent yourself, you can do that also.
Could I have a attorney appointed to me?
Sure. All right, I'm going to appoint the law firm of Lister, Holt, and Dennis, and they're going to come talk to you when they speak with the rest of the individuals in the courtroom, okay? All right, have a seat for me. Thank you. All right. All right, we need conflict counsel for Jakara Jeffries. Is Miss Jeffries on the call? Jakara Jeffries?
Yes, Judge, she's in the courtroom.
Okay, Miss Jeffries, come on up for me. So, Ms. Jeffries, we're going to continue your case until we can get conflict counsel for you. Ma'am, if you could write down for the deputy all of your current contact information, that would be your phone number, your email address, and your mailing address, so that we can provide that to the attorney who's going to contact you, and then we'll send you a new court date, okay?
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jeffries. All right, please remember, you and Mr. Austin are not to have any contact with anyone involved in the battery case. Look at your bond sheet, and please don't have any contact with anyone who's listed on your bond conditions, because if you do, it could result in your bond conditions being revoked or new charges of misdemeanors or felonies, okay?
Judge, reset date is August 10th.
I got it, Ms. Val. Thank you.
Welcome.
So, Ms. Jeffries, your case will be reset to August 10th. Hopefully we'll have counsel reach out to you before then, okay? But if not, come to court and we'll make sure that you speak with somebody then.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. All right, you're free to go. Sacavius McKenzie. Sacavius McKenzie.
Your Honor, that is my case. Mr. McKenzie will be entering a plea of guilty to count 1 and no load to count 5. I believe 2 to 4 merge. And he's on the call as well.
Uh-huh.
I'm here, Judge.
I see you, sir. I see you. No problem. All right. So, sir, raise your right hand for me. You solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give in this matter will be true.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you can put your hand down. You're before the court on State of Georgia versus Sakevius McKenzie 2022 CR 01054 for count 1 battery family violence, count 2 battery, count 3 simple battery family violence, count 4 simple battery, and count 5 trespass with damage. You're entering a plea of guilty to count 1 and NOLO to count 5. By doing so, sir, you give up the right to have a trial by jury or judge. You give up the right to have the state prove your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. You give up the right to have the presumption of innocence in your favor. You give up the right to confront witnesses, subpoena witnesses, present testimony and evidence on your behalf, to not incriminate yourself or present any testimony or evidence against yourself. And if you're not a United States citizen, a plea of guilty or no contest could negatively impact your immigration status. Do you understand all of these things?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Factual basis and recommendation, please.
Yes, Your Honor. On December the 14th of 2020, an officer responded to 746 Garden Walk Boulevard, apartment L as in Larry 11. In reference to, where the incident did occur in Clayton County, that was College Park, Georgia. It was in reference to a disturbance call. The officer made contact with the victim, Miss Jemiah Jackson, who advised that her child's father, the defendant, Mr. McKenzie, had been battering her. They got into a verbal altercation that escalated to a physical fight where the defendant punched her in her eye, and the officer observed the eye as well as a picture she had taken of the eye. The state is, additionally, Your Honor, there was a kitchen cabinet in which the defendant had pulled the door off of the hinges. The state is recommending 12 months to serve 5 days. The balance to be probated. A $300 fine suspended in consideration for this time in custody. The Family Violence Intervention Program, and no contact with the victim for count 1. Count 2, 3, and 4 would merge. Count 5, 12 months to serve 5 days. The balance to be probated, and a do not return and a stay away from the victim. And the victim is advised that he is not seeking restitution, Your Honor.
Yes. Ms. Hahn?
We ask that you accept the recommendation, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. McKenzie, how old is your daughter?
3.
Mr. McKenzie, you know what you're setting her up for? You're setting her up for a man to choose a man who beats her. Because no, listen to me now. She will learn from the relationship that you have with her mother. If you disrespect her mother, that's the kind of person that she's going to look for, because she's not going to know any different. Okay? If this is a person who gave life to the child that you love, then you should have respect for her. And if y'all get into a situation where y'all can't agree, then you need to come to court, get a full custody and visitation structured agreement, and abide by that agreement. But it's not a good look for you to be beating up on the mother of your child. It's not a good look, sir. That's not what men do. We clear?
Yeah, ma'am. But I ain't gonna. I think we should talk further. But it's honestly.
Okay. Even under provocation, you can always walk away. But what I say to you is, your daughter is 3. Which means that at a minimum, you got 15, 20 years to be in connection with her mother in order to make sure your daughter has a good life. This is not going to work if it ends up like this. Okay?
Mr.
So,
I apologize, Your Honor.
go ahead.
If you have questions, you can reach out to me.
So I'm just telling you, Mr. McKenzie, I just, a lot of times, well, she started or she disrespected me or that, all of that, but grown-ups need to understand how to deal with grown-ups. And y'all can word all day, every day. But when it comes to, black eyes and stuff getting torn up in people's houses and stuff, that's not the way you communicate. And if you're going to have a successful co-parenting relationship, and that's what you're going to do. This doesn't have to be the love of your life, but you got to respect each other because y'all produced a child together. We clear?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So I'm going to accept your plea of guilty. I'll sentence you on count 1 and NOLO to count 5. Counts 2, 3, and 4 will merge. On count 1, I'll sentence you to 12 months to serve 5 days, credit for time served, balance probated, and a $300 suspended fine for the time that you spent in jail. You're to take a family violence intervention program course. Now, that's a 24-week course, and if you mess up, they'll make you start over again. So it's the best to just start it and go straight through and get it done. You're to have no contact with Jemiah Jackson. And on count 5, 12 months to serve 5 days, credit for time served, balance probated. You're not to go back to the incident location, and you're not to have contact with Jemiah Jackson. Now, like I said, this is what I suggest. You and Ms. Jackson can have contact through the courts. If you want to establish a visitation and custody and child support arrangement with Ms. Jackson, then you can do that through the Superior Court of Clayton County or the Superior Court of the county where the child resides. But you do not need to have contact directly with Ms. Jackson. The only contact I will allow other than through the courts is you can send child support payments with no commentary whatsoever, just money. We clear?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Anything else, Ms. Hahn?
No, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. McKenzie, I'm going to put you in a breakout room with Mr. Carmichael. He's going to explain everything you need to know about probation. And once you're finished speaking with him, then, sir, you'll be free to go and you'll begin your probation sentence as directed by the probation office, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, I'm going to put you in a breakout room with Mr. Carmichael, breakout room number 6. And it should pop up on your phone in a minute.
All right.
All right, thank you, sir. All right. Franklin Yoku. Franklin Yoku. It is NJOKU, Franklin Yoku.
Your Honor, the state requests a bench warrant.
Bench warrant granted. All right, we've already resolved Whitmore. That's closed as of May 2nd. And Raymond Lamar Williams. Raymond Lamar Williams.
He's here in the courtroom, Judge.
All right, thank you. Mr. Williams? Sir, do you need an attorney to represent you? You're charged with disorderly conduct and public indecency. I can't hear you, sir. Speak up for me. Yeah.
Yes, ma'am. I need an attorney.
Okay, so I'm going to appoint the law firm of Lister, Holt, and Dennis. They're going to come into a breakout room in the courtroom, and they're going to speak to all of the individuals who need to speak with them. Ladies and gentlemen, the attorneys may ask you to provide them with your phone number so that they can call you and you can step out into the hallway and have a direct conversation by phone. So even if they come into the breakout room online, they may ask you to give them your phone number so that they can contact you directly and have a little bit more privacy if they need to. Okay. All right, Mr. Williams, if you'll step back, then have a seat. We'll get that set up. Okay. All right. So most of the individuals that need to have attention from an attorney are in the courtroom. So I'm going to set up that breakout room. Is there anyone I missed who is on video who needs to speak with someone?
Your Honor, I need to speak with Mr. Austin on video.
Okay, so I'll put Mr. White in the breakout room with Mr. Austin, Ms. Hahn in a breakout room with the courtroom, and then we'll add Mr. White when he needs to.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, so I'm going to put Ms. Hahn in breakout room number 1 with the courtroom.
Thank you.
Mr. White in breakout room number 3 with Mr. Austin. And I think that is it. Miss, let's see. Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, Miss Whitmore, you're free to go at this time. Miss John VA, I know that Mr. Let's see, Chitty had his documents. So if you would like to send the investigator down to the courtroom, I guess to review those, then you can make a decision. All right. Thank you. Who's Mr. Kohlhaas?
I'm working with Miss John VA.
Oh, cool. Welcome aboard. Glad to
Thank
have you.
Judge.
All right. So Ms. John VA, you can split the responsibilities. All right. I'll see you guys back here when y'all are ready to make an announcement.
Not quite, Your Honor. Not
Is he
quite.
a third year practice act?
No, he's going into his second year of law school.
Oh my goodness. Well, good. Which law school?
I'm at Georgia State, Your Honor.
All right, good job. Okay, well, soak it all in because you got a mere maybe year, two before you out here in the trenches.
Thank you very much, Judge Hayward.
All right, glad to have you.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, I might have forgotten to say this, but if you don't already have your full name on the screen, if it says something like your iPhone or Samsung, I'm going to need you to replace that with your full name. So if you click on your picture on the screen or whatever represents you on the screen, and you'll see 3 dots in a blue box, click on that and you should see a pull down menu, and what you're looking for is rename. So click on the box with 3 dots. When it comes the pull down menu, you're going to rename and then type your first and last name in the box. First and last name, please. Thank you.
Your Honor,
Yes, Mr. White.
I have an announcement for Mr. Austin. We're going to be pleading not guilty in that case.
All right. All right, Mr. Austin. Is he back from the breakout room? Yes, I see him. Mr. Austin, as I told your co-defendant, Ms. Jeffries, please make sure that you don't have any contact with anyone who's listed on the bond condition. If you do, it could result in a revocation of bond, and you could be in jail until such time as your case is resolved. It could also end up with you being charged with additional misdemeanors or even felonies. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, even if they contact you, keep a record of it, give that information to your attorney, but please do not respond. You understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you. Just keep in touch with Mr. White, and then he'll give you any information regarding your case, and you all can prepare for trial.
All right. Thank you, Your Honor.
Sir. All right, ma'am, who has the Samsung? What's your name for me, please? Ma'am with the glasses, striped dress, Samsung phone. Mr. White, do you need to go into the breakout room?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Dukes.
Gosh, where is it? I'm trying to get on to where I can speak and see too. Can y'all see me? Can you see me? Hello?
Yes, ma'am, we can see you and we
I
can
see.
hear you.
Yes,
You
ma'am.
can't, you can't hear me?
No, ma'am, we hear you and we see you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, what's your first and last name for me?
Deidre Robinson.
Is that D-I-E-R-D?
No, D-E-E-D-R-A.
Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. So, okay, so here's how you control your audio. Do you look at your device? Do you see something that looks like an old-fashioned microphone?
No, I see the picture of the courthouse, me up in the top right-hand corner and 3 dots at the bottom.
Okay, click on those 3 dots.
Can you hear me?
I hear you, Mr. Bagley. Okay.
Okay,
So that, yes, start video will show me your picture. Start audio will let me hear you, okay?
Okay, so we good?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Courtroom.
You all may be coming in for the 11 o'clock calendar. Just be patient. We're finishing up the 10 o'clock calendar and we'll get to you, okay? Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello.
Yes, Mr. Bagley. Mr. Bagley, are you here for the 11 o'clock calendar? Mr. Bagley?
I'm sorry. The service here is not too good at the actual courthouse. I'm actually here at the courthouse. I was wondering if I still needed to stay on the Zoom.
No, Mr. Bagley, you can just come into the courtroom 304.
Okay, I'm right outside. I just stepped outside to
Yeah, if you come
talk
into the
with you guys.
courtroom, the attorneys are in there speaking to people right now from the 10 o'clock calendar. But if you just sit tight, we're gonna get to you, okay?
Okay, no problem.
But just,
Thank you.
yeah, but just turn your phone off and we have it set up in the courtroom. Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, for those of you who are coming into the 11 o'clock calendar, just be patient. I had some technical difficulties with my computer earlier, so it kind of delayed us a little bit with the 10 o'clock calendar. The attorneys are speaking with those individuals who need assistance. And as soon as they're back and ready to make announcements, then we'll move forward with the 11 o'clock calendar. So thank you all for putting your first and last names on the screen so I know who you are. And just keep your phones or devices muted until we call the calendar and call your name. Thank you for your patience.
Your Honor, I have an announcement for Mr. Chitty.
Yes, Ms. Janvier.
So the state would ask if we could have a one-time continuance. There seems to be a discrepancy in the report that he provided and what we have, and so we just like to take a little more time to reconcile those reports.
No problem. So I'll go ahead and do an August 10th continuance, and then when the courtroom comes back, I'll let Mr. Chitty know.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
Your Honor, we, I guess, are needing an interpreter. I'm not saying anybody here.
I'm sorry, Ms. Han, what were you saying?
Yes, Your Honor, we were needing an interpreter, in the breakout room. I don't know if anybody,
For Spanish?
yes, Your Honor, sorry.
All right, Ms. Fowl, if you could see if Ms. Bermudez or Ms. Tolles are in the building.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. All right, Ms. Han, we'll get somebody down there. Do you have any announcements or are you still working with some people?
I know Miss Barrett, will be playing not guilty. Let's see. And then the other ones, I think Justin is just wrapping those up.
Okay, thank you. We'll get somebody down there as quickly as we can.
All right, thank you, Your Honor.
All right.
Your Honor, if I can make another announcement.
Yes, Ms. Han, I'm sorry.
It's okay. For Mr. Howell, he's going to be playing not guilty, and Mr. Williams is also playing not guilty as well.
So everybody wants a jury trial. I can see what we're gonna be doing all summer.
It appears that way, Your Honor.
So Mr. Howe and Mr. who else?
Williams.
All righty.
And then we're just waiting on the interpreter for Mr. Baltazar.
All righty. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Miss Sonia. I'm gonna put you in the breakout room with the courtroom because I think they have one person in there who needs assistance.
Is in the courtroom?
I think so.
I'd rather go to the courtroom.
Okay, thank
Yes.
you.
You're welcome.
All right,
Bye-bye.
bye-bye.
Your Honor,
That's Mr. White.
Your Honor, I know that we made announcements for Barrett, Howell, and Williams. Are they free to go?
Yes. So, Mr. Howell, you're free to go. Please keep in touch with your attorney. You've entered a not guilty, so we'll expect to have you on a trial calendar pretty soon. So please make sure that your attorney can always reach you. Miss Barrett, you're free to go at this time. We are doing trial calendars, and so you'll pop up pretty quickly. Please make sure your attorney is able to reach you to prepare for trial. All right, and you are free to go. So at this time, we have resolved these cases. Jacoby Austin, Kershonda Barrett, Ryan Brown, Tanasia Brown, Giovanni Howell, Fred Chitty. Mr. Chitty, you're going to be continued to the August 10th calendar at 10 a.m. August 10th at 10 a.m. That way, the state will be able to resolve the issues with your paperwork. So you'll be back here either by video or in person. Jakaria Jeffrey, we've resolved that case. That case has been moved to the August 10th calendar. Sokovius McKenzie was a plea. Franklin Joku, bench warrant. Lakeisha Whitmore, that case was closed, and Raymond Williams. So the only cases we have outstanding are Baltazar Vieta, and let's see. That is the only case left on the 10 a.m. calendar. I'm going to go ahead and start the 11 a.m. calendar. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your patience. This is the 11 a.m. calendar for courtroom 304. This is criminal arraignment, State Court of Clayton County, and I'm Judge Tammy Long Hayward. This may be the first time that your case has appeared on an arraignment calendar, but it essentially means that your case is before the trial court where it can be resolved through a trial or a plea or some other method. So everyone is entitled to have an attorney represent them. If you cannot afford an attorney, I can appoint one to you. I expect that everyone will be able to enter 3 types of pleas in this case: not guilty, guilty, or nolo. A not guilty plea means that you're going to go to trial at a later date. Please understand that you can represent yourself at trial, or you have a right to have an attorney. But if you represent yourself at trial, please be aware that I cannot treat you any differently than I would someone who is trained in the rules of evidence or procedure. And you may be at a disadvantage when trying to get evidence entered into the record of the court. So please be aware of that. Entering a plea of not guilty means you'll have a trial at a later date, either a jury trial or a bench trial. At trial, it is the burden of the state to prove the case against you beyond a reasonable doubt. And you also have a Fifth Amendment right against self-incrimination, which means that your responsibility is to show up for trial, but you do not have to give any evidence or testimony against yourself. It is the state's burden to prove the case against you. Now, if you wish to give evidence or testimony or challenge any arguments made by the state, you may do so. Representing yourself or with your attorney. If you were convicted, the maximum penalty could be up to 12 months in jail, a $5,000 fine, or both. But if you thought that conviction was a mistake, then you could appeal it to another court and they could overturn it and the outcome would be different. So those are the rights that come with going to trial. If you enter a plea of guilty, it means that you believe you're guilty of the underlying offense before the court. In that case, we will sentence you today in alignment with your guilty plea. If you enter a plea of no contest, it means that you understand the state has evidence that they could use against you at trial, and that might result in a conviction. You do not wish to contest that evidence, but you do wish to resolve your case with a plea, and it would not be a plea of guilty, but we would resolve your case today and you could begin your sentence. A no-low plea has some benefits to you, particularly in traffic offenses, because it may help you avoid points on your license and the penalty of suspension of your license in certain cases. So we'll talk to you about that on each individual basis. At this time, I'm going to call the calendar. I will say a couple more things. If you have a CDL, please be careful about entering a plea or going to trial and facing a conviction until you are aware of all of the consequences that may occur to your CDL. We do not want you to lose the right to earn a living if you're not aware of that. Also, if you're under 21, the rules for traffic offenses are a little different for you. You are more likely to get penalties that could result in a suspension of your license, and your suspension would be longer than if it were someone over the age of 21 or over. So please be mindful of that. First person on the calendar is Anthony Benjamin Brown. Anthony Brown, I see Mr. Brown is on by video. Mr. Brown, I do not see an attorney for you. May I see you, please?
Yes, how you doing?
All right. So, Mr. Brown, you're charged with battery, family violence, battery, and simple battery. Sir, do you wish to have an attorney appointed to you, or do you wish to represent yourself?
Honestly, I wish to represent myself because it already, the person who filed.
Don't tell me.
All right.
All right. So, are you over 21?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so you wish to represent yourself. For the state, could you give me an indication of what the state is asking for on the offenses of battery, family violence, and simple battery?
Yes, Your Honor. For count one, the state recommend 12 months to serve 3 days. Credit for time served. The balance will be probated. A $300 fine suspended in consideration for the time served. The Family Violence Intervention Program, and then no contact with the victim, and counts 2 and 3 would merge.
All right, Mr. Brown, you've heard the recommendation from the state. Is that something that you wish to consider?
So with the first part that she said with the 12 months part, can she repeat that?
Okay, so what it means is your sentence is a 12-month sentence, but within that sentence, you spent 3 days in jail. You would get credit for that. The balance would be probated for the remainder of the 12 months. And she would ask that you would take a family violence intervention program course. The $300 fine would be suspended.
If I take that one, would I have to turn myself in? Or would
You
I
don't
have to? Okay,
Mr.
cool.
Brown, listen to me. You don't have to turn yourself in. Credit for time served means you've already served time in jail, but there are some probationary concerns, okay?
Okay.
All right, so you would have to report to probation monthly. There are fines and fees that have to be, well, the probation supervision fee would have to be paid. And you have to take a 24-week family violence intervention program course. and have no contact with the alleged victim in this case. Do you understand?
Yes.
All right. So, Ms. Janvier, who's the person who's a victim in this case?
I believe it's his sister, and her name is Vanessa Jenkins.
Were they living in the same house?
No, we weren't. I was just visiting.
Okay, so you don't live in the same house as Vanessa Jenkins?
No, ma'am.
All right. So, sir, did you wish to enter a plea to that, or do you need some time to think about it?
I need some time to think about it.
All right. So I'm going to go through the rest of the calendar and I'll come back to you, okay?
Well, to go ahead and get it over with, so you don't even got to do all that. I understand my requirements, so I go ahead and say that, just get it out of the way.
Okay. Are you sure?
I mean, yes, but from my understanding, how do we go about it if she signed a little affidavit and all that about it?
Look, that's with the solicitor's office. They would
Yes.
have to consider that, but even if she did, that wouldn't necessarily mean that the charges go away.
Okay, I'm just getting my understanding about it, but hey.
That's fine. You're free to ask questions, Ms. Janvier.
Yes, Your Honor. Considering that the state would only accept a guilty plea on this particular charge, I don't know. I don't know if that state is comfortable with Mr. Brown's understanding of the charges, and perhaps he might want to seek counsel.
Mr. Brown, even the state is saying you should probably get a lawyer. I can't say that, but even the
I
state
am.
is saying that.
I am. I do have one. My understanding was my co-signer informed me about the court date, so I ain't have enough time to talk to my lawyer about it, but I actually do have one.
Well, sir, when I asked you about a lawyer, you didn't say anything. You said you wanted to handle it yourself. Who's your lawyer?
My lawyer, I gotta go to it again because I just got her recently.
You paid her?
About my prior. I had a prior case, so I've been working with her. I had a prior
Okay.
case in Fulton County.
All right. So, but you haven't paid her for this case.
No, ma'am. So I got to talk to her
Okay. So
and see what she could do.
Mr. Brown, this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to give you till August 10th to be back here for this calendar.
Yes, ma'am.
August 10th at 11 a.m. By that time, if you are going to hire an attorney, you need to get one by that time. Do you understand?
Well, I'm going as soon as as soon as we're done with this meeting, I was gonna call her anyway.
Yes, sir. That's the best move. All right. So you'll be back here on August 10th at 11 a.m. and you'll get notice of that. Okay. But please make sure you hire your attorney as quickly as possible so she can talk to the state and get consideration of whatever your concern is. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Brown.
You're welcome. That's all for me.
Yes, sir. Emmanuel Marquise Derrico. Emmanuel Marquise Derrico. Last call for Emmanuel Marquise Derrico.
Your Honor, state requests bench warrant bond forfeiture.
All right, bench warrant bond forfeiture granted. Adonis Disrow. This is Lister Holton Dennis.
Yes, Your Honor, that's my case.
Yes.
Mr. Disrose on the call, he would like to enter a plea of not guilty. The alleged victim, his mother, is here on the Zoom call, Ms. Robinson. She's requesting that she's able to have contact with her son while the charges are pending.
All right, this is, and he's entering a plea of not guilty, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Janvier, any objection to a modification to no violent or harassing contact?
If Ms. Robinson is willing to come on and allow me to ask her a few questions, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Robinson, unmute and raise your right hand for me.
Oh. Can you see me?
No, ma'am. I can hear you, but I can't see you. Now I can't hear you, but I can see you. Ms. Robinson, you should be able to do both at the same time. So I can't hear you now, but I can see you.
Tap to speak.
Okay, and now go to the three dot. All right, now don't touch anything else. Raise your right hand. All right, do you solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give in this matter will be true?
Yes.
All right, you can put your hand down. Ms. Janvier has some questions for you. Go ahead, Ms. Janvier.
Yes, could you please say your name for the record?
Deidre Robinson.
Okay. And is it your testimony to, excuse me, actually, can you just tell me, do you have any safety concerns?
No, I don't.
And you feel comfortable having contact with Mr. Disrow?
Yes, I do.
I don't have anything further.
All right, so Ms. Hahn, if you'll get me a bond modification to allow no violent or harassing contact.
Oh, Your Honor, I mean, that's obviously that would be up to you, but just after reading this report, I'm still not convinced about the safety concerns, Your Honor. So I would not be consenting to that.
Oh, okay. Did you have anything specific that the court should be aware of?
None other than the facts that are currently listed, the allegations. So seems as though he struck her with a closed hand or a fist, Your Honor, and that he potentially may have a drinking problem. So I don't know that this is not going to occur.
All right. Ms. Robinson, does Mr. Disrow live with you?
No, he doesn't. And may I make a statement about that night? He and I did have an argument. We had a big argument, and I can't remember what we were arguing over. Things were said that I know we both regret, but as far as the hitting part, he did not hit me. I made a terrible mistake accusing my son of striking me because all I wanted him to do was to just leave for that moment so that we both could just calm down and talk the next day. And I just want to apologize to my son and to the court for any problems that I caused accusing my son of striking me, because he never did. And if I'd have known, like I said, sometimes I let my emotions get away with me. It's hard being a mother and you have this type of argument with your child where they not listening or just being combative with you, arguing back and forth. But he has never laid his hands on me. It was the words of disrespect that really hurt me. And I was just very, very upset. I love my son and I know he loved me, and I miss my child. I just hate that it got to this point. And I did not mean for it to come to that. All I wanted was some help for them to just talk him into just leave until the situation calms down. I didn't want to argue anymore. All I wanted to do was just rest.
So, Ms. Robinson, you understand that the police aren't counselors.
I know it, but I just thought by me, I'm a single woman. And if you're asking an individual to leave and they don't leave, I don't know anyone here in Georgia. I've been here about 20 years. All I have is my family. It's just me and my family. I just needed a level head just to say, can you just go somewhere and stay and then come back later and you two talk about this situation. That's all. That's all I wanted. Honestly, that's all I wanted.
And can I say something? If it's
no, your lawyer is about to lose it. You don't get to say nothing. The whole purpose of the right to remain silent is so you don't say something that could be used against you.
And that's it. That's it. Like I said, I apologize for making this terrible mistake. I really do. And I just hope that he can forgive me, because I had no intention. I didn't even think this would happen. I've never had an instance with no type of domestic or anything. It was just an argument that got out of hand, raising our voices at one another. That was it.
Ms. Hahn, anything else on behalf of Mr. Disrow?
Your Honor, we still request that you amend the bond to no violent or harassing contact. If Your Honor prefers that we file a motion and have a hearing, then we can do that as well. But because the alleged victim has indicated that no act of battery occurred, at least in the way that the report is indicating, we just ask that you amend the bond condition at this time.
All right, the court is going to, over the objection of the state, the objection will be taken, though, and it is on the record, amend the bond conditions to allow no violent or harassing conduct. All other bond conditions will remain the same.
Excuse me. You said,
Yes, Mr. Disrupt.
what exactly does that mean? Do I get to finally see my mom?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Wait until the order is complete, sir.
Thank you.
All right, Ms. Robinson, Mr. Disrow, let me just say that if there's something other than just heightened emotion, if there's alcohol involved, then one or both of you may need to get some counseling for that, or start attending AA meetings, because this situation does not need to occur again. All right. All right, you're free to go at this time, both of you. Mr. Disrow, just please make sure you keep in touch with your attorney to prepare for trial. Martez Denard Dukes.
Okay. Y'all have a good day.
You too, sir. You're welcome, ma'am. Mr. Dukes.
Yes.
All right. So, Mr. Dukes, you're before the court on invalid registration, no tag or expired or invalid tag, and display of license plates violation. Did you wish to represent yourself, or do you need an attorney to represent you?
I get an attorney to represent me.
All right. So I'm going to appoint the law firm of Lister, Holton, and Dennis. Give me a moment, and they're going to speak with you by video chat room. So I'll set up the chat room so you can speak with them, okay?
All right.
Isoro Perfecto Espinosa. Or Perfecto Espinosa Isoro.
He's in the courtroom, Your Honor.
All right. Is Miss Sonia there?
I think she stepped out.
Okay, so Mr. Espinosa Isoro, do you necesito un interpretar?
Interpreter.
Okay, one momento. Un momento. So Deputy, if you can just have him take a seat until Miss Sonia comes back in, and then we'll get his case.
Your Honor,
All right.
doesn't need one. I don't need one.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't hear you, sir. The audio is bad. I'm not trying to disrespect your choice or your what you said. I just can't, it's hard to hear. Okay, so if you'll just speak up for me, that would help me out. So Mr. So first, what is your first name? Is it Perfecto?
First name is Isaro.
Oh, okay. I thought I had it wrong. So Isoro Espinosa, you're before the court on no tag or expired invalid tag, concealing the identity of a motor vehicle, and no insurance. Now, did you wish to have an attorney represent you, or did you want to represent yourself?
I can represent myself.
Are you over 21, sir? Okay. All right. So Ms. John VA, can you give me a recommendation for the offenses before the court?
Yes, Your Honor. For count one, a $100 fine. Count two, the state would move to no price, and count three would be a $200 fine, Your Honor.
All right. So, Mr. Espinosa, the $100 fine would be $151.50. The $200 fine will be $298 with the surcharges. And is Mr. Espinosa eligible to use a NOLO?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, so Mr. Espinosa, if you have a license now, you may want to consider using your NOLO plea. A NOLO plea would avoid a suspension that comes with the no insurance charge, but you'll always have the option of entering a guilty plea if you choose. So which would you like to do, sir?
I guess I would take the NOLO, but I also want to speak on, like, I want to know what vehicle it was, because I got a ticket, but they told me that I have a ticket, and that's why I came and turned myself in because.
Okay. All right, Ms. Janvier, did you know what vehicle that was on?
It was a BMW 3 Series.
Does that sound familiar, Mr. Espinosa?
Yes, but I no longer have that car and I haven't had it for over a year.
Well, these are charges from more than a year ago because it's a 2021 case. And the fact that you no longer have the car doesn't really help you because at the time that the citation was issued, you did have the car and you didn't have the requisite tag or insurance. So did you wish to enter a plea today, sir?
Like you said, the NOLO.
Okay. All right. Raise your right hand for me. By entering, sir, you're before the court. You wish to, any testimony that you give in this matter will be true. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, you can put your hand down. So by entering a plea of NOLO to counts 1 and 3, you give up the right to have a trial by jury or judge. You give up the right to have the state prove your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. You give up the right to have the presumption of innocence in your favor. You give up the right to confront witnesses, subpoena witnesses, present testimony and evidence on your behalf, to not incriminate yourself or present any testimony or evidence against yourself. And if you're not a United States citizen, a plea of guilty or no contest could negatively impact your immigration status. Do you understand all of these things, sir? All right, factual basis and recommendation, please.
Yes, Your Honor. On December 29th of 2020, while an officer was on patrol of Terra Boulevard and North Carter Drive in Jonesboro, Georgia, where the incident did occur in Clayton County, the officer did observe a motor vehicle being operated by Mr. Espinosa with an invalid tag. Contact was made with the vehicle, and it was determined that there was no insurance as well. The state is recommending for count 1, a $100 fine, count 2 to be no price, and count 3, a $200 fine.
All right, so Mr. Espinosa, you can pay these today if you choose to, or I can give you up to 60 days in which to pay. Did you wish to pay today or have more time? Okay, so the $100 fine is going to be $151.50. The $200 fine is going to be $298. I mean, sorry, yeah. And so when you head downstairs, you're going to leave the courtroom and go down one flight to the second floor. When you come back through the double doors into the hallway, go to your left and you'll see the traffic window, the traffic court window. At that window, you'll be able to pay and get your paperwork, okay?
Yes.
All right, thank you, Mr. Espinosa. All right, take care. All right, Krishan Sherrod Hollins. Yes, Deputy.
Hello, 1 second.
All right, Krishan Hollins.
Yeah, I'm going to turn my
I
camera
see.
on.
Yeah, can you turn your camera on for me?
Gotcha.
All right, Mr. White, Mr. Hollins is present. Mr. White?
Your Honor, can you hear me?
Didn't hear what you just said, no.
Oh, that's not good.
I hear you now. I just don't hear. You said something and then you said, can I hear you? I heard the can I hear you, but not what you said.
Okay. I'll need to speak with Mr. Hollins.
All right, so I'll set up a breakout room. All right, Mr. Hollins, just hold on a second. I'll put you in a breakout room with your attorney. Xavier Akai King. Xavier Akai King. Last call for Xavier Akai King.
Your Honor, the state requests bench warrant bond forfeiture.
Bench warrant bond forfeiture will be granted. All right, Nathaniel Nix. Nathaniel Nix. Last call for Nathaniel Nix.
State requests bench warrant bond forfeiture on both cases, Your Honor.
Bench warrant bond forfeiture will be granted.
Judge,
Yes.
that case also filed some kind of speedy trial.
No,
So-
I know that's what Mr. Rafus filed a speedy, and then he couldn't find his client. Then he came off of the case because he and his client, once he found him, they had issues. So I'm not sure. Is there a particular time when the speedy is supposed to run? Somebody tell me. Because he's been on like 3 arraignment calendars. He just can't make up his mind.
Okay, just go on and I'll look into it, Judge.
Yeah, somebody get me that speedy time frame, because otherwise he's gonna be on the next trial calendar. We're gonna try his case. Patricia Oblianes. Patricia Maria Oblianes.
Your Honor, I've had no contact with her.
Last call for Patricia Maria Oblianes. Bench warrant bond forfeiture. All in all, I will say that it probably does toll a bench warrant, a speedy trial, if the person won't show up. But we'll figure it out, because I do not want this case the speedy to run. All right, Keon Adarius Page. Keon Adarius Page. Is this Mr. Page? All right, Mr. Page, you're before the court on case 2019 CR 04977 for terroristic threats. There was a previous charge that was no pros, so terroristic threats is count 2. Mr. White, what is your announcement for your client?
Your Honor, we're pleading not guilty in the case.
All right. By entering a plea of not guilty, Mr. Page, you need to keep in touch with Mr. White, and 1 second. You need to keep in touch with Mr. White, because your case is going to come up on a trial calendar pretty quickly, and you need to prepare for your trial. You also, if you have a bond condition that says you're not to have any contact with anyone, with a particular person, please make sure that you do not violate your bond condition. If you do, you could end up in jail on a bond revocation, and you could also end up charged with additional misdemeanors or felonies. All right, you're free to go at this time. Jabari Jerron Perry. Thought we had resolved that case, but why is it? Maybe it was on a bond forfeiture. Jabari Jerron Perry.
Judy Kim called today and said she filed a waiver. I did see a waiver filed.
Okay, so Ms. Kim has a waiver in that case. All right, that means she's gonna be ready for trial. All right, so let me set up some breakout rooms for the. All right, so Mr. Martez Dukes wishes to have the Lister Holton Dennis as counsel. He needs a breakout room. Mr. White has Mr. Hollins, who needs a breakout room. So Ms. Hahn, did you want to speak with Mr. Martinez?
Yes, Your Honor, that would be fine.
I'm sorry, Mr. Dukes?
Yes.
All right, so I'll put Ms. Hahn and Mr. Dukes in breakout room number 4.
Judge, before you do that, do we need to resolve, because the Spanish interpreter is in the courtroom?
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay.
Your Honor, I can speak with the person in the courtroom with the interpreter.
Okay. I'll put them in a breakout room. Thank you. All right, if you wait just one moment, let me get that breakout room set up, and then we'll wait for announcements. So Mr. White and the courtroom are in breakout room number 1. Ms. Hahn is moving to breakout room number 4 with Mr. Dukes, and then we'll wait for announcements. Thank you.
Your Honor.
Yes,
So, am I not on the stand? Do I not go anymore? Am I supposed to talk to somebody?
Mr. Hollins, just wait a moment. I'll speak with you shortly.
Mr. Hollins, hold on a second. I have an interpreter. I gotta make use of the interpreter while she's here because she's got to go to another courtroom. And so if I don't use her while she's here, I won't be able to use her. So just be patient, Mr. Hollins. Mr. White, you had a question?
Your Honor, I have an announcement for Mr. Balthazar. The interpreter was actually being used to communicate something with his mother. Mr. Balthazar himself does not require an interpreter. And
That's what I thought.
And we're ready to enter a plea of nolo, Your Honor.
All right, to which offenses?
Counts 1, 4, and 5, Your Honor.
Okay, 1 second. All right.
So do we need an interpreter for she was talking to somebody else. Yeah, she thought it was.
All right, sir, raise your right hand for me. Do you solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give in this matter will be true? All right, you can put your hand down. You're gonna have to speak up real loud for me, okay? I still can't hear you. Speak up for me. All right, I think it may be a delay to in the Miss Alexander, I think there's a delay in the audio from the courtroom. So I'll try and go a little slow so we don't talk over each other. But Mr. Luis, is it Luis Antonio Baltazar Bileda?
That's right.
You're before the court on 2023 CR 02567 for no license, failure to dim headlights, distracted driving, giving a false name, address, or date of birth, and improper lane change. You're entering a plea of nolo to counts 1, 4, and 5. By doing so, you give up the right to have a trial by jury or judge. You give up the right to have the state prove your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. You give up the right to have the presumption of innocence in your favor. You give up the right to confront witnesses, subpoena witnesses, present testimony and evidence on your behalf, to not incriminate yourself or present any testimony or evidence against yourself. And if you're not a United States citizen, a plea of guilty or no contest could negatively impact your immigration status. Do you understand all of these things?
Yes, I do.
Factual basis and recommendation, please.
Yes, Your Honor. On March 17th of 2023, while an officer was on patrol of Jonesboro Road and Morrow Road, where the incident occurred in Clayton County, the officer observed a motor vehicle being operated by Mr. Baltazar, failed to signal before turning. Additionally, the officer observed Mr. Baltazar on his mobile device, as well as failing to dim his headlights. It was also determined once the officer made contact with the vehicle that he did not have a valid driver's license. When requesting information, Mr. Baltazar gave a false name and date of birth, Your Honor. The state is, Mr. Baltazar was taken into custody at that time. And so for count 1, the state is recommending 12 months to serve 10 days, the balance to be suspended, and credit for the time he did serve as he was in custody from March 18th through the 26th. Count 2 would be a no prize. Count 3 would be a no prize. Count 4 12 months to serve 3 days, the balance suspended, credit for the time he has served. And for count 5, a $1 fine suspended, Your Honor, in consideration for his time in custody.
All right, so anything on behalf of Mr. Baltazar Vieta?
Your Honor, the only thing I would mention is that Mr. Balthazar is quite young. He is only 20 years old. This was a bad mistake made. I don't expect him to make it again. We would ask that you accept the negotiated plea.
So, young sir, you've learned your lesson. Is that correct? We're not going to do this again. None of this foolishness. We're going to drive with all our proper documents, and then we're not going to give false information.
Yes.
All right, thank you. You're free to go at this time. You're sentenced to 12 months to serve 10 days, balance suspended, credit for time served on count 1. Count 4 is 12 months, 3 days, credit for time served, balance suspended, and count 5 is $100 fine suspended, all as long as you have no new violations of the laws of the state of Georgia. You understand?
Yes.
All right, go and be great.
All right, thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, and Mr. Hollins, Mr. White needs to speak with Mr. Hollins, and then Ms. Hahn, if you have an announcement, I'll take that, and once I set up Mr. Hollins and Ms. White, Mr.
Okay.
White. All right. All right, I'm going to put Mr. Hollins and Mr. White in breakout room number 2. Thank you for your patience, Mr. Hollins. And Ms. Hahn, what did you have for me?
Yes, Your Honor. For Mr. Dukes, he will be pleading guilty to count 2. The state has agreed to no pros count 1 and count 3.
Okay.
Not sure if he made it.
He was still in the breakout room a minute ago.
Okay. I could go get him.
Could you please?
Yeah, sure. Sorry about
Thank
that.
you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, yes, sir.
Mr. Dukes,
Yes, ma'am.
raise your right hand for me, please. You solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give in this matter will be true.
Yes.
All right, you can put your hand down. You're before the court on State of Georgia versus Martez Denard Dukes, 2020 CR 09417. You're represented by the law firm of Lister, Holton, and Dennis. Ms. Hahn has represented you in this case. You're before the court for invalid registration, no tag or expired or invalid tags, and display of license plates violation. Ms. Hahn, what does your client plead to the offenses before the court?
Your Honor, he's going to be pleading guilty to count 2.
By entering a plea of guilty to count 2, sir, you give up the right to have a trial by jury or judge. You give up the right to have the state prove your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. You give up the right to have the presumption of innocence in your favor. You give up the right to confront witnesses, subpoena witnesses, present testimony and evidence on your behalf, to not incriminate yourself or present any testimony or evidence against yourself. And if you're not a United States citizen, a plea of guilty or no contest could negatively impact your immigration status. Do you understand all of these things?
Yes.
All right, factual basis and recommendation, please.
Yes, Your Honor. On June 29th of 2002, while an officer was on duty of Riverdale Road and Flat Shoals Road in College Park, Georgia, where the incident did occur in Clayton County, the officer observed a motor vehicle being operated by Mr. Dukes to have an expired tag. Let's see. And the state is recommending for counts 1 to be a no pros, count 2 a $1 fine, count 3 to be a no pros, Your Honor.
All right. Ms. Han, does your client need more than 30 days in which to pay? Bless you.
No, sorry, Your Honor, my computer was frozen, but no, Your Honor, 30
All
days.
right. Mr. Dukes, the $100 fine is $151.50 with the surcharges. And sir, I'm going to give you 30 days to pay because you're not at the courthouse. Did you need more time than that?
No, that's good.
All right. So if you will, do you know how to use the chat function? You see what looks like a little cartoon bubble on your
Yes.
screen?
Yes.
Sir? Okay, so click
Yes.
on that and you should see something in blue that says everyone. Click on everyone and you're looking for Amanda Wright, R-Y-T-E. If you would send her your email address with all of the letters and numbers in the right order, check it twice so we can make sure we're giving you the right information. When you send her your email address, she's going to send you back your sentencing sheet and also send you back information about how to pay online or by phone.
So I'm sending her my email address.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay, I'll send it.
Thank you, sir. I got it.
All right, thank you. You're free to go at this time, sir. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
All right, Mr. White, did we have an announcement on Mr. Hollins?
Yes, Your Honor, we're going to be pleading not guilty in the case.
All right, so Mr. Hollins, please keep in touch with your attorney. If there's anything, if there's anything you need to know between now and the time you go to trial, your attorney will have that information. If anything changes about your contact information, then we'll go ahead and make sure that, you go ahead and make sure that your attorney is aware of it, okay?
Mm-hmm.
All right, so at this time, court is in recess until 1:10 p.m.
Your Honor,
Yes,
Wait, so I can leave?
yeah, you're entered on not guilty plea, so yes, sir, you can leave. Ms. Han, yes?
yes, Your Honor, just before we break, I had a question about the 2 o'clock calendar.
Okay.
It looks like Mr. Donovan Blackson is on the calendar. And my understanding was that he was going to be put on the next trial calendar, but I could have been mistaken, and I just wanted to.
Okay, is he taking a plea? Because I have that he's taking a plea.
You know, to my understanding, that was not.
Okay,
Okay.
so let me just give you the history. So it was continued from the October 24th, 2022 calendar, and then December 1st, 2022, and January 18th of 2023 calendar call, February 20th of 2023 jury trial calendar, May 22nd jury trial calendar. So he's been on a plethora and an abundance of calendars. I just need to take the man's plea. Why we got to wait for another trial calendar? Does he want a trial? Because I might be wanting to call a jury tomorrow just to get him off my calendar.
Your Honor, so my understanding was that he was hiring Mr. Florio, and I've spoken to him, and he has indicated that
he don't have Florio money.
That might be the case, but Your Honor, I was a little bit confused as to why he was on for a plea, because I thought perhaps maybe Mr. Florio had requested that and just maybe
No,
not.
Mr. Blackson is playing games. We've been going back and forth with him. So you tell Mr. Blackson that you are his attorney. If he doesn't want to go with you, then he can go on his own. I'm not appointing anybody else, and I'm not giving him another continuance. It is what it is. And where is he right now?
He's planning on joining the 2 o'clock.
Okay, well, when he comes at 2 o'clock, then we'll consider all of this. But Mr. Blackson is playing with me, and I don't like it.
All right. Thank you, Your Honor. I understand.
All right. Thank you. We're in recess until 1:10.
Listen, listen, listen. I went to the Zoom like how you said. I did it. Now it's telling me this meeting is being live streamed. I'm just gonna say, got it. Now it don't say nothing but show me where I'm supposed to put no type my name nowhere.
This meeting is being recorded.
So who is it?
$114. I wanna. There you go. I'm right here. How's it going? Court already. How's it going?
Sir, you can stop talking anytime and put your real name on the screen as the instructions have stated. So if you will go to the three dots next to your name on the screen, pull down menu, find rename, and rename yourself. Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is the 1 p.m. calendar for arraignment for courtroom 304, State Court of Clayton County. I'm Judge Tammy Long Hayward. Please mute your device. All right. If you have Ms. Hood, I muted you for a reason. Okay, if you have more, Ms. Hood, don't touch your screen, please. Stop. Okay, thank you. If you have more than one device on, it will cause feedback and I will hear myself twice. And so it's going to drive me crazy. So first thing, please make sure your first and last name is on the screen. If you need to know how to do that, touch the screen. When you see the three dots in the blue box, click on that and you'll have a pull down menu that says rename. Put your first and last name in the box. There's somebody named Amanda. I need to know Amanda's last name, so please rename yourself. The person who is Hayward 304, that's my name, not your name. So please rename yourself. First name, last name. Please touch the three dots and get the pull down menu. Then it will help you rename yourself. Now, Ladies and gentlemen, please remain muted until I call on you. We are here in the arraignment calendar. This is the first time that your case has probably been before the trial court, where it can be resolved by a trial, a plea, or some administrative action. And everyone is entitled to have an attorney to represent them. If you do not have an attorney and need one, I can appoint one to you. If you wish to represent yourself, you may do so, but I do warn you that at trial, if you represent yourself, you may have difficulty getting evidence into the record of the court. And I cannot treat you differently than I would an attorney who is trained in the laws and in the rules of evidence and procedure. So please understand that there are some risks that come with representing yourself, but you have the right to do it. If you enter a plea of not guilty, you'll have a trial at a later date, either a jury trial or a trial before a judge. The state has the burden of proving the case against you beyond a reasonable doubt. So you do not have to refute any evidence. The case, the state must prove the evidence against you. And also, you have the right to remain silent and not give any evidence or testimony against yourself. That's your Fifth Amendment constitutional right. So essentially, you need to show up for trial, but the state has the burden of proving the case at trial. If you do wish to present evidence and testimony on your behalf, you are more than welcome to do so. And if you want to challenge any arguments made by the state, you may do that also, but you are not required to. If you're convicted, the maximum penalty could be up to 12 months in jail, a $5,000 fine, or both per offense. If you felt like the conviction was a mistake, then you have the right after trial within 30 days of the verdict of the court to appeal your case to a higher court, and that could result in a different outcome. So those are the rights that come with trial, and those are the rights that you would have if you entered a plea of not guilty. If you enter a plea of guilty, it means you believe you're guilty of the underlying charges before the court, and you're ready to be sentenced. If you enter a plea of nolo, it means that you understand the state has evidence that they could present at trial, and at that trial, a conviction could result. However, you do not wish to enter a plea of guilty, but you do wish to resolve the matter and receive your sentence. A nolo plea, which means no contest, I'm not contesting the evidence, could assist you in certain types of offenses, particularly traffic offenses, where it could help you to avoid points on your license or a suspension of your license, but you have to be NOLO eligible, meaning you haven't previously used your NOLO within a certain time frame, within a 5-year time frame. Also, if you're under 21, a NOLO plea may not work the same way for you, and it is more likely that you'll have penalties or a suspension of your license and a longer suspension than if you were 21 or over. For CDL drive holders, if you have a commercial driver's license, please be mindful that we cannot tell you what would happen to your commercial driver's license with a conviction or a plea. However, you can enter a plea of not guilty, and while you're preparing for trial, you can research that. The reason I mention this is because if you earn a living for your family with your CDL, the last thing we want is for you to not be able to take care of your family without knowingly understanding what would happen if you entered a plea or got convicted at trial. So those are my announcements. I'm going to call the calendar, and when I do, I'm going to ask that your attorney would speak on your behalf, but I do need to make sure that you are here or a bench warrant will issue, which is why it's important for me to have your name on the screen. So I'm going to call the calendar, and if you need an attorney and you don't currently have one, when I get to your name, then you can let me know that at the time. Sheila Yvette Armstrong, represented by Lister Holt and Dennis. Sheila Armstrong.
Yes, Your Honor, that's my case, and Ms. Armstrong is on the Zoom call. I just need to briefly talk with the state about this case.
All right, so we'll do a breakout room with the state. Jeffrey C. Bolton. Mr. Holton Dennis.
Your
I'm
Honor,
here,
sorry,
ma'am.
my computer's a little bit slow. Mr. Bolton is going to be pleading guilty to both charges, or both cases, not guilty to both cases, I'm sorry.
All right. Mr. Bolton.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So Mr. Bolton, where's Mr. Bolton?
I'm right here.
Oh, there you are. So Mr. Bolton, you're charged with offenses that you probably have a bond condition that says you're not to have contact with a particular person and possibly not go back to a particular location. I'm asking you to please review your bond conditions. Please make sure that you do not violate those by having contact with that person or going to that location. If you were to do that, you could be rearrested on a bond revocation and stay in jail until such time as your case is resolved. You could also be charged with additional misdemeanors or felonies. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
If the
I
person,
do have a. Yes, ma'am. I do understand. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
if the person contacts you, share that information with your attorney, but please don't respond. Now, you had a question for me?
Yes, ma'am. I'm not aware of. I just spoke to my attorney on yesterday, so I'm not sure. We spoke briefly today, but I'm not sure the way my options. So I'm just saying not guilty because we spoke briefly today, but I'm not
That's
sure
fine, sir.
how to plead.
That's more than appropriate. If you need more time, that's probably what you should do. I can't give you any advice, but your attorney is acting in your best interest to be able to discuss your case with you and be prepared for
Yes,
whatever
ma'am.
outcome. Okay.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
So yeah, there's no penalty for entering a plea of not guilty. In fact, that is your constitutional right to protest your innocence. Okay.
No, the question I really had, does it take the plea off the table if I don't take it right now? Because I'm
Sir,
not sure.
I
said
don't
this-
know.
Okay.
That's a question for your attorney. I don't control the conversation between the attorneys, and I don't control what the state offers for a plea.
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
I got you.
All right. So that's a question for Miss Hahn.
Okay.
And
thank you.
what I would suggest is that you go ahead and give her a call this afternoon or tomorrow once we're finished with this calendar. Okay.
Yes, ma'am. Do I need to
All
stay
right.
on?
No,
for
sir.
the
You're free to go at this time.
All right. Thank you.
You're welcome. Aaliyah Chantel Brazil. Aaliyah Chantel Brazil. Aaliyah Chantel Brazil. Am I missing? All right.
State requested bench warrant, Your Honor.
Bench warrant granted. Right. Rakeem Jerome Bird. Lister Holton Dennis.
Yes, Your Honor.
One moment, Mr. Bird. Mr. White.
That's my case. I just need to speak with Mr. Bird real quickly.
All right. I'll do a breakout room for you, Mr. Bird, to speak with your attorney. If you'll hold on a second, we'll get that done as soon as
All right,
we
ma'am.
can. All right, thank you. Raquel Joanna Davis. Raquel Joanna Davis. Okay, I see Miss Davis. Miss Davis, I don't have that you have an attorney. I do see that you're charged with 2 traffic offenses, one for suspended registration, the other for no tag, expired or invalid tag. Ma'am, did you wish to have an attorney represent you, or did you wish to represent yourself?
I wish to have an attorney represent me.
All right. All right, so I'll have someone from the law firm of Lister, Holt and Dennis speak with you in a breakout room, and then you can make an announcement of your case once you've had the opportunity to speak with them, okay?
Thank you.
All right, mute your device for me. April Hood. April Hood.
Here.
All right.
All right.
So Ms. Hood, do you have more than one device on?
No, I
Is there
turned my phone.
Somebody in the room with you?
No,
Not sure why
I'm
I'm
getting such feedback.
I'm on my laptop. Nobody's here.
All right.
All right,
Miss Mr. White, do you have an announcement for Ms. Hood?
Yes, Your Honor, we're going to be pleading not guilty.
All right. Mr. White, are y'all gonna resolve anything today? I'm just saying, Miss John VA is over there. Y'all can talk.
All
right,
we'll
so
see,
Ms.
Your Honor.
Hood, I'm going to accept your plea of not guilty. I just advise that you have bond conditions. Please make sure that you review those bond conditions and you do not have contact with any person that you're not allowed to have contact per the bond conditions. And also, if you're not allowed to go back to a particular location, please don't go there. Even if that person contacts you, share that information with your attorney, keep a record of it, but do not respond. If you were to violate your bond conditions, your bond could be revoked and you could spend the remainder of the time prior to the resolution of your case in jail. And you have the risk of being charged with misdemeanors or felonies. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So Ms. Hood, oh my gosh, that's so irritating. So Ms. Hood, just please make sure you keep in touch with Mr. White. If anything changes about your contact information, please let him know first and he'll tell you how to get that information changed with the court. And you're excused at this time. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Can I ask a quick question?
Sure.
Because this has really been a burden on my employment. I'm starting a new job and every time they do a background check, I got like all these charges, and this case has been pending for almost 3 years. I'm sorry.
Because I guess because of the nature of the charges, your attorney and you all have discussed a not guilty plea. So there's not a whole lot I can do about that. We're getting to these, we've just begun to really ramp up with trials after the pandemic, which was something I couldn't control. We have chiefs of court who just determine how many trials we can do and when we can do them. So now we're wide open and I'm doing jury trials as quickly as I can. So your case is going to pop up on a jury trial very quickly. So that's all I can tell you. Any other concerns that you have, please share them with your attorney. The reason I'm still doing hybrid cases is I know there's some cases that are older that are still out there. And by having people have the ability to appear by Zoom, I've had people come, like just take a break while they're on their job and go to their car or go into their office or go to a non-used space so that they can make the appearance without having to take a full day off from work. So I'm trying to work with people. I understand. I'm one who believes in if you got a job, you need to keep your job. But that's a concern you need to share with Mr. White, okay?
I think my question was, I'm starting a new job and with my background, with it coming back on my background, the way that it shows is hindering me from being able to get the employment.
Until it's resolved, there's nothing I can do about that. I can't change the way it's reported in the GCIC. And so, like I said, until your case is resolved, I literally have no ability to make a change that it's not going to show up on your background check. Okay. And it just, at that point, it just is what it is. All right. All right. So, Mr. White, you may want to follow up with her on that. All right.
Yes,
next on the calendar is Akinloye Makanjuola.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Is it Makanjuola?
Juola, yes.
Okay, I'm sorry. So, Mr. Makanjuola, I have that you're before the court for improper lane change and distracted driving. Sir, did you wish to represent yourself or do you wish to have an attorney represent you?
I was going to represent myself.
All right. Are you over 21?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Ms. John VA, can you share with us your recommendation for improper lane change and distracted driving?
Yes, Your Honor. For count one, $100 fine, and count two, if we can satisfy that Mr. Arcangiola has hands-free device, and the state move to no process.
All right. So, sir, do you have a hands-free device or is your car Bluetooth enabled so that you do not have to support your phone with any part of your body?
Also, I also have a picture of the hands-free device, which I left in the car, but I have it on my phone as well.
I'm sorry, can you speak up just a little bit for me?
I have a Bluetooth and a hands-free device, and I have a
Okay.
hands-free device.
All right. What year is your car, sir?
Quite honestly, I can't remember which car I was driving that day, but the car I'm using now is a 2017.
Okay, and you have it's Bluetooth enabled and you have a hands-free device?
Yes, it is.
All right, Miss Janvier, does he need to go to his car?
No, that's fine, Your Honor.
Okay, so sir, the distracted driving will be no pros. The improper lane change is $100 fine. And sir, Miss Janvier, is he NOLO eligible?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so sir, if you wish to use your NOLO, a NOLO plea would help you avoid points on your license, because that is a moving violation. But if you're not concerned about that, you can also enter a guilty plea.
I do want to plead NOLO. I don't know if I can offer a couple sentences that might be mitigating.
Okay, so if you want to give some information to mitigation, so I can put you in a breakout room with the state and they can hear that. So we'll just hold on until I can do the breakout room, okay?
I'll do the NOLO. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Did you want to raise your hand at this time? Do you solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give in this matter will be true?
I do.
Okay, you can put your hand down. You're before the court on 2021 CR 05797. Mr. Akinloye J. Makanjola. You're before the court for improper lane change. You're entering a plea of NOLO. The distracted driving will be no prost. By doing so, sir, you give up the right to have a trial by jury or judge. You give up the right to have the state prove your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. You give up the right to have the presumption of innocence in your favor. You give up the right to confront witnesses, subpoena witnesses, present testimony and evidence on your behalf, to not incriminate yourself or present any testimony or evidence against yourself. And if you are not a United States citizen, a plea of guilty or no contest could negatively impact your immigration status. Do you understand all of these things, sir? All right, factual basis, please.
Yes, Your Honor. On October 30th of 2020, while an officer was on patrol of Riverdale Road in I-285, where the incident occurred in Clayton County, the officer did observe a motor vehicle being operated by Mr. Marcanjola, failed to maintain its lane. The state is recommending a $100 fine for count 1 and no pros for count 2.
All right. All right, sir. The fine is $100. It'll be $151.50 with the surcharges. I can give you up to 60 days to pay if you need additional time. But if you are ready to pay today, they'll take your payment on the second floor of this building.
Okay, I'll pay today.
All right, when you exit the courtroom, go down to the second floor. When you come back through the double doors into the hallway, go to your left and you'll see the traffic court window. They'll take your payment and they'll also provide you with your paperwork.
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, sir.
Thank
You're free to go at this time. Sheila Renee McCowan, I'm sorry, Sheila Renee McCowan.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Good afternoon,
Sean
Mr.
Elsie.
Elsie.
I believe we have reached a resolution with the state. I believe Ms. McCowan will be pleading guilty to unlawful use of the blue lights today.
All right. Counts 1, 2, and 3 will be no prost.
Yes.
All right, Ms. McCowan.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, Ms. McCowan, I appreciate the mood lighting, but I can barely see you. Can you turn on a light or go someplace where I can see you?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, raise your right hand for me. Do you solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give in this matter will be true?
Yes, ma'am.
You can put your hand down. You're before the court on 2021 CR 05657 for driving on a suspended or revoked license, count 1, no license, count 2, marijuana 1 ounce or less, count 3, and unlawful use of blue lights, count 4. You're entering a plea of guilty to count 4 per your attorney, Mr. Sean Elzey, who's present. By entering that plea, ma'am, you give up the right to have a trial by jury or judge. You give up the right to have the state prove your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. You give up the right to have the presumption of innocence in your favor. You give up the right to confront witnesses, subpoena witnesses, present testimony and evidence on your behalf, to not incriminate yourself or present any testimony or evidence against yourself. And if you're not a United States citizen, a plea of guilty or no contest will negatively impact your immigration status. Do you understand all of these things?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, factual basis and recommendation, please.
Yes, Your Honor. On March 18th of 2021, while an officer was on patrol of Terra Boulevard and Flint River Road, where the incident occurred in Clayton County, the officer observed a motor vehicle being operated by Ms. McCowan with blue lights on the rear of the vehicle, obstructing the tag, Your Honor. The state is recommending to no price counts 1, 2, and 3, and a $50 fine for count 4.
All right, Mr. Elzey.
Yes, we agreed to the $50 fine, Your Honor.
Was this some kind of aftermarket fanciness we had going on with the blue lights?
I believe so, Your Honor.
All right. Well, we can calm all that down. Don't nobody, I mean, styling and profiling on your car, not so much. All right, so ma'am, I'm gonna accept your plea of guilty to count 4. Counts 1, 2, and 3 will be no pros. You'll pay a fine in the amount of $50, which is $83.25 with the surcharges. And Mr. Elzey, does she need 30 days? Because she's not at the courthouse, I give a minimum of 30 days, but does she need more than 30 days in which to pay?
I believe she only needs 30 days, Your Honor.
All right. Now, Ms. McCowan, do you have an email address?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Do you know how to use the chat function?
No, ma'am.
All right. Mr. Elzey, do you have her email address?
Yes, Your Honor.
Can you chat it to Miss Amanda Wright, RYTE?
Right.
Okay. All right, ma'am. So you're going to get that by email. You're going to get your sentencing sheet and the date by which your payment should be made. You'll also get instructions in the email about how to pay online or by phone. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. But you can always come in and pay in person if you wish.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Elzey,
Thank you, Your
once you
Honor.
finish sending that, thank you, sir. You can both be excused.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, take care. Andre Lucky Mitchell. Andre Mitchell.
State requests a bench warrant, Your Honor.
Bench warrant granted. Ivern Kennedy Morgan. Last call for Ivern Kennedy Morgan.
State requests bench warrant, bond forfeiture.
Bench warrant granted. I don't have a bond on this one. Do you?
Oh, yes, it's 2 of them. Sorry. Never mind, Your Honor.
Okay.
You're correct.
Elijah Nasir Muhammad. Come on up, sir. Mr. Muhammad. You're before the court for seatbelt violation, count 1, marijuana 1 ounce or less, count 2, driving on a suspended or revoked license, count 3, and no license, count 4. At least one of those offenses could result in a suspension of your license if it is currently active. Sir, did you wish to have an attorney represent you, or do you wish to represent yourself?
I want to try to get it continuous to get an attorney.
Okay, Mr. Muhammad, have you identified an attorney that you wish to hire?
I was going to ask for a public defender.
Okay, so I can appoint them today to speak with you.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so I'm going to, it's not the public defender, but it's the law firm of Lister, Holt, and Dennis. One of their attorneys will speak with you today, okay? All right, if you just have a seat. Thank you. All right, so I'll set up a breakout room for whoever needs to go in and speak with Mr. Morgan. Francisco Padilla Abreu. Francisco Padilla Abreu. Last call for Francisco Padilla Abreu.
State requested bench warrant.
Bench warrant granted. Tashawn Chiffon Robinson. Tashawn Chiffon Robinson.
She's in the courtroom, Your Honor.
All right. Ms. Robinson, you're before the court on speeding 26 to 30 miles per hour over the limit. Did you wish to represent yourself or have an attorney represent you?
Have an attorney.
Okay. All right. If you have a seat, I'm going to set up a breakout room so you can speak with the attorneys now. What the attorney may request is that you give them your phone number so they can speak with you by phone, which is easier, and the auto is better. So once you see that the attorneys have come into the breakout room, they may ask you to go ahead and provide your provide your phone number so they can help you. All right. Yes, ma'am. Oh, just have a seat. We're going to get to you. Okay. So is there anyone by video that you need to speak to in a breakout? Mr. Bird, who's representing Mr. Rakeem Bird?
I am, Your Honor.
All right. You need to have a breakout room with him or the state?
Your Honor, I was actually just chatting. Mr. Bird, we have a plea ready to go.
Ma'am.
All right. What's Mr. Bird going to plead?
No, Your Honor.
All right. And okay, so Ms. Hahn, do you have anyone you need to speak with? Because otherwise I can put you in a breakout room with the courtroom and you can begin those cases.
Your Honor, I can speak with Ms. Davis, please.
Oh, okay. Oh, yes. I'm sorry, Ms. Davis. Just trying to keep track of who's online and who's on in the courtroom. All right. And then I'll set up the breakout room for the courtroom. Ms. Davis, I'm going to put you in breakout room number 4 with Ms. Hahn. And then once she comes back, y'all can make an announcement about your case. All right, Mr. Bird, raise your right hand for me. You solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give in this matter will be true.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you can put your hand down. So, Mr. Bird, you're before the court for no license on case 2021 CR 05812, Rakeem Jerome Bird. By entering a plea of nolo, sir, you give up the right to have a trial by jury or judge. You give up the right to have the state prove your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. You give up the right to have the presumption of innocence in your favor. You give up the right to confront witnesses, subpoena witnesses, present evidence and testimony on your behalf, to not incriminate yourself or present any testimony or evidence against yourself. And if you're not a United States citizen, a plea of guilty or no contest could negatively impact your immigration status. Do you understand all of these things, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Factual basis and recommendation, please, Ms. Janvier.
Yes, for just 1 second. I want to check one thing. My apologies. On February 19th of 2021, while an officer was on duty of Carrington Place in Mount Zion Parkway in Jonesboro, Georgia, where the incident did occur in Clayton County, the officer came into contact with Mr. Bird, who was operating a motor vehicle, attempting to enter into the apartment complex. When the officer, he was having difficulties, the officer asked for his ID to show that that was his residence, and he only was able to provide the officer with an ID and not a driver's license. So the state is recommending a $500 fine, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. White, your client, will he need more than 60 days in which to pay the fines and fees?
He should be able to pay within 60 days, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Byrd, I'm going to accept your plea of nolo. The fine is $500 with the
Yes.
surcharges. The total is going to be $737.50. And sir, do you have an email address?
Yes, I do, ma'am.
All
Your
right,
Honor,
can
I
you-
have it. I can email it to Ms. Wright.
Okay, so Mr. White is going to send your email address to the court's clerk, Ms. Wright. She's going to send out your sentence sheet to you by email. It will the email will also include information about how to pay online or by phone if you choose to do that, or you could come in and pay in person on the second floor of the Clayton County Justice Center. Did you need any additional information, Mr. Byrd?
No, ma'am. Thank you.
All right. All right, Mr. Byrd, thank you. And you know, it is so
You're welcome.
much cheaper to keep your license intact and in your wallet than it
Yes.
is to not have one.
Yes, yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you, sir. Take care.
You too, ma'am. Thank you.
All right. So, Mr. White, did you need a breakout room with Miss Armstrong or with the state?
With the state, also, Your Honor, just to clarify something with that last plea, you,
Sure.
Mr. Byrd was pleading no contest, correct?
That's what I got. Nolo.
Okay, all right,
All right.
just making sure.
All right, so Miss John VA and Mr. White, I'll put you in a breakout room. And then when Miss Hahn comes back, then I'll set up the general breakout room for the courtroom so you all can handle those those cases in there. So Mr. White is in breakout room number 2. Miss John VA, I'll add you to that breakout room. Thank you. Mr. White, did you have an announcement?
Your Honor, I need to speak with Miss Armstrong. Yes, Your
Okay,
Honor.
no problem. All right, so I'm gonna put you and Miss Armstrong in breakout room number 5.
And Judge, I had 2 quick questions for you when you get a moment.
I have a moment.
All right, so I'm not sure, for Mr. Elijah Muhammad, who's on the 1 o'clock calendar.
Yes.
He's not here, but his father is here. And
I thought he asked for an attorney.
that was his father. That was his father who asked for an attorney.
Okay, where's Mr. Muhammad?
He said his father advised that he's not here. He had
Well,
to.
can his father come to the podium and talk to me? Because I don't know what is going on here. This is not how we do things.
Yes, ma'am. Hold on 1 second.
Ms. Muhammad, come on up.
Yes, ma'am. Good morning, Your Honor.
So what you're telling me is that I need to issue a bench warrant for your son, because we don't take people sending their mamas and daddies to court. That's not how this works.
Yes, ma'am. I apologize. He did not send me. He had to go to Houston to get his daughters. It was a family situation. And when I got the call for him that he had to be here on Monday afternoon today, I called him and said, hey, my man, you got caught on Thursday. That I'm in Houston dealing with the girls. I said, man, I don't know what's going to happen, but I'm going to try to go up there because I signed.
Well, why didn't he call us?
Call?
Yeah, call my office.
Oh, well, we don't even have that information. Every time I try.
I'm online.
Okay, well, he's in LaGrange. I'll give all that to him.
Okay, let me ask you this.
Yes.
So his court notices are coming to you, but he lives in LaGrange.
He lives in LaGrange.
That's the first problem, because his address should be, the notices should be going to him at his address, because he'd have gotten a notice a while ago, as opposed to just getting it on Thursday. So he hasn't updated his address with the court, which is his responsibility.
Yes, ma'am.
Number 2, when he had an emergency, he didn't contact the court. Number 3, you're trying to help him, but this is not help that we can give, because if everybody said, well, I got something else going on, but I'm gonna send my mama or my dad, I wouldn't issue any bench warrants, but that's not how this works.
Absolutely. And he did not send me. I came because I was concerned as the person that signed the bond against my home.
Now that I get.
I'm making sure, because if he was here, he would have came if he didn't have to get those girls.
Well, I'm gonna issue a bench warrant, but I will not issue a bond forfeiture, because as the surety on the bond, you did come and tell me what was going on. But you tell Mr. Muhammad that he needs to contact our office to request a continuance of his case, or the clerk's office, the state court clerk's office, Ms. Tiki Brown's office, to request a continuance.
Oh, they'll get that call within the next 2 hours. Absolutely.
All right, because, and you know my name, Tammy Long Hayward. I'm online. You can look me up online, and the numbers are there for my staff.
Okay, so just call your staff, or is there another number he should call?
Well, Miss Val, is it better for him to call our office or Miss Brown's office?
He can call the state. They have permission to schedule if someone.
Okay, so you can actually call the Solicitor General's office.
Sorry,
We're
not
looking
the
for
Solicitor General. I'm sorry, Judge. Call the clerk's office.
Clerk's office. I'm sorry. Miss Tiki Brown, Tiki Brown. When you look her up online, the state court clerk's office will come up, and you can contact them, and they have permission to reschedule for my office.
Yes, ma'am. I will do that right away.
And thank you, sir. I appreciate you coming. But you tell Mr. Muhammad, if he don't update his information with the court, he's gonna be in trouble.
I sure will.
All right, thank you.
You have a great day. Thank you.
You too, sir.
And Judge, one more thing
Yes, sir.
For the 2 o'clock calendar.
Yes, sir.
One of the gentlemen is going to need an interpreter. One of the inmates. So I'm just trying to see if we can get an interpreter for him as well.
All right, so we'll get Miss Sonia back here if we can, or whoever's on there. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Judge.
Judge, on the 2 o'clock calendar for those inmates, I believe that's Florio case, and he sent a conflict. He said.
Oh, okay.
Superior Court.
Deputy, Mr. Florio has sent a conflict for his case. So if it's an inmate, is it Mr. One second. For Mr. Reynoso?
Yes, Your Honor.
Oh, that's Jason Kessler's Miss Val.
Yeah, but the one I'm referring to is Cornwall. He's an
Okay,
inmate
yeah.
that's on 2
Okay.
o'clock.
I got you, but the one who's
He
gonna need
wasn't
an
coming, but he did say he had a conflict.
okay. Reynoso is the one who's gonna need an interpreter, and that's Mr. Kessler.
Okay, I'll get an interpreter too.
All right, and so I'll put attorney conflict for Cornwall. All right, Deputy, you can send Cornwall back because we can't do anything with his case until his attorney is present.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
Let me get her a message.
Your Honor, we have an announcement for Miss Davis.
Time.
Yes.
Hey, can you check the chat for me?
Yes.
All right, so it says Miss Armstrong is in room 5 asking for help. So that's Mr. White's case. I thought he was back in there helping her, so we'll see. And you have an announcement on Davis. What's that announcement?
Yes, Your Honor. Miss Davis is going to be pleading guilty to count 2, and my understanding is the state is going to be no problem count 1.
All right, Ms. John VA, we're ready. Raise your right hand for me, Ms. Davis. Do you solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give in this matter will be true?
Yes.
All right, you're before the court on 2021 CR 05803 for Raquel Joanna Davis for suspended registration and no tag or expired or invalid tag. The state is going to no cross count 1. Count 2, you're entering a plea of guilty per your attorney, Ms. Chelsea Hahn. By entering that plea of guilty, you give up the right to have a trial by jury or judge. You give up the right to have the state prove your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. You give up the right to present testimony and evidence on your behalf, to not to incriminate yourself or present any evidence or testimony against yourself. And if you are not a United States citizen, a plea of guilty or no contest could negatively impact your immigration status. Do you understand all of these things?
I do.
Factual basis and recommendation, please.
Yes, Your Honor. On April 16th of 2021, while an officer was on patrol of Bethsaida Road and Creek Morgan Lane, where the incident occurred in Clayton County, the officer observed a motor vehicle being operated by Ms. Davis to have an expired tag. The officer made contact with the vehicle. The state is moving to no price count 1, and count 2 will be a $100 fine.
All right, Ms. Hahn, does your client need more than 30 days in which to pay the $100 fine plus surcharges?
Your Honor, if she could have 60 days, she should be able to pay within that time frame.
Okay, no problem. All right, so Ms. Davis, I'm going to accept your plea of guilty to count 2. Count 1 will be no pros. Sentence you to pay a fine in the amount of $100 with the surcharges is going to be $151.50. And I'm going to ask you to send your email address to Miss Amanda Wright. Ms. Hahn, are you going to do that, or is that going to be Ms. Davis?
It doesn't matter. If it might be easier if Miss Davis does it.
Okay, so Ms. Davis, do you know how to use the chat function?
I do.
All right. So chat your email address. Please make sure you check for any errors, and you're sending it to Miss Amanda Wright, RYTE. And once you send that, you'll have 60 days in which to pay your fines and fees. Mr. Blackson, please mute your device. Thank you. You'll have 60 days in which to pay your fines and fees. You'll receive an email with your sentencing sheet to tell you the day by which your payment should be made. Also, you'll have the opportunity to pay by online or by phone. Okay?
Thank you.
All right. You're free to go once you send your email address, Ms. Davis. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, and I believe the last case that we have on the, no, we still have Ms. Robinson. Ms. Hahn, do you mind?
Am I
going
back in
into-
now? Okay.
Ms. Hahn, do you mind going into the breakout room for me for the jail? I mean, for the court, sorry, the jail, for the
Sure, no
courtroom to speak with Ms. Robinson?
No problem, Your Honor. I will go there now.
Okay, thank you. Let me put you in the breakout room, make sure that I have you in there. Okay, I'm gonna move you to the breakout room, breakout room is in courtroom number 1. I'm sorry, breakout room number 1, the courtroom is in there, and I'm gonna move Ms. Hahn to breakout room number 1 to speak with Ms. Robinson about her case. And while you're doing that, we'll take the announcement from Ms. Armstrong. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to begin the 2 o'clock calendar momentarily, but please let me finish the 1 o'clock calendar. If you're coming on, 2 things. 1, make sure your first and last name are on the screen. Please rename yourself if you do not have your first and last name on the screen. And 2, and most important, please mute your device. Please mute your device. Right. All right, Mr. Armstrong, Mr. White, do you have an announcement for Ms. Armstrong?
Yes, Your Honor. We're going to be pleading not guilty in the case.
All right. So Ms. Armstrong, please keep in touch with Mr. White. Your case is going to come up on a trial calendar pretty quickly. So you need to keep in touch with him to prepare for trial. All right.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome. All right, so Ms. Hahn is speaking with in the courtroom with Ms. Robinson. As soon as she's back and the courtroom is back, we'll go into the 2 p.m. calendar. Okay, if you're on the 2 p.m. calendar, yes, ma'am, Ms. Armstrong.
I can go now, or what? I still need to
Yes,
wait?
ma'am. Just keep in touch with your attorney, okay?
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, we're just waiting for one of the defense attorneys and the courtroom to come back into the main room. So once they're back, we'll be able to begin. I'll make an announcement regarding your rights for arraignment, and then we'll take your case. We'll call the calendar and take your cases individually. Is there anyone, Necessar un interpretar de español? Does anyone need a Spanish interpreter? And I butchered that, but I'm trying.
Hey,
Your
Judge, my
Honor.
client, I'm sorry,
Go ahead, Mr. Kessler.
my client's in jail, should be resolved today, but he will need an interpreter. Yes.
All right, so we anticipated that, and I think Ms. Val has already requested somebody to come in.
Thanks a lot.
All right, and he'll be brought into the courtroom. All right, thank you, Mr. Kessler. Mr. White.
Your Honor, I was just gonna say my client requires an interpreter as well.
Okay, all right. So we will get an interpreter to come in, and she may appear in the courtroom because that'll be easier to deal with the inmate. All right,
Yeah,
thank you. Yes.
She said she was, they said if she was on her way into the courtroom.
Okay, no problem. Thank you, Ms. Val. We'll be right back as soon as we got an announcement from Ms. Hahn.
Your Honor, I stepped away for just a moment. What was the announcement on Muhammad? I heard when I got the tail end of it when I came back.
Okay, I'll just go ahead and go through the calendar. So Armstrong is a not guilty, Bolton not guilty on both cases. Brazil was a bench warrant, Bird plea, Davis plea, Hood not guilty, Mancanjuola plea, McCowan plea, Mitchell bench warrant, Morgan bench warrant, Mohammed. So I issued the bench warrant because he did not appear, but his dad, who's the surety on the bond, did appear. So I didn't do a bond forfeiture.
Okay.
And according to his dad, he's going to get him to call the clerk's office and request a continuance and a reset. So we'll see how that works out. But I didn't want to penalize his dad, who was trying to,
Gotcha.
but
Okay,
it
Your
was-
Honor.
Okay, and then for Padilla Abro, bench warrant, and then Ms. Hahn is speaking with the last case on the calendar, Robinson.
Okay.
All
All right,
right,
thank you.
thank you. progress.
Yeah, that's probably what. Oh, cause I didn't update my phone. That's why. Yeah. All right. Then. Okay. So all right. So I'm in here.
Your Honor, we don't have an announcement on Ms. Robinson yet. I just need to speak with the state. So I'm not sure.
So let me go ahead and call the 2 p.m. calendar, and then we can get you in a breakout room with the state once we call the calendar, okay?
Okay, Your Honor.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is the arraignment calendar for 2 p.m. courtroom 304. I'm Judge Tammy Long Hayward, Clayton County State Court. This may be the first time that your case has been before the trial court, where it can be resolved through a trial, a plea, or an administrative action. Everyone has the right to have an attorney represent you. If you could not afford an attorney, one can be appointed to you. I expect to hear 3 types of pleas today. You can enter a plea of not guilty. If you enter a not guilty plea, you'll be going to trial. Your trial will be at a later date, and you'll have plenty of time to prepare for trial. At the trial, the state has the burden of proving the case against you beyond a reasonable doubt. And you also have the Fifth Amendment right against self-incrimination. You do not have to give any evidence or testimony against yourself. At trial, you do need to appear, but after that, the state has the burden in that case, and you do not have to give any evidence or testimony. If you choose to, you can give evidence and testimony on your behalf or challenge any arguments made by the state in your case, but you're not required to. If you were convicted, the maximum penalty could be up to 12 months in jail, a $5,000 fine, or both. If you believe your conviction was a mistake, you have within 30 days of the verdict of the court to appeal your conviction to a higher court, and they may have a different result. Those are the rights that come with having a trial. If you enter a plea of guilty, it means you believe you're guilty of the underlying offenses before the court, and you wish to have your case resolved today with a sentence. If you enter a plea of nolo, that's nolo contendere, it means that you understand the state has evidence that they could use at trial against you, and a conviction could result. You do not wish to challenge that evidence, but you do wish to resolve your case without a plea of guilty. A nolo plea has some benefits for you, particularly in traffic offenses, where it may help you avoid penalties on your license, and it also may help you avoid suspension of your license if you're eligible to use it. We'll talk to you on a case-by-case basis about that. And if you have a commercial driver's license, please make sure that before you enter a plea or you go to trial and risk a conviction, that you know you've done your research about what might happen to your commercial driver's license. The reason for that is that we do not wish for anyone to lose the ability to support themselves or their family without knowing the consequences of their actions. So if you wish to enter a plea of not guilty, and while you're preparing for trial, you can do the research about what that might mean for you, then you can do that. If you wish to enter a plea at a later date, that's fine too. If you are under the age of 21, a nolo plea may not work the same way for you. It is easier for you to accrue points and get a suspension of your license because you're under 21, and also your license suspension will be longer than one for someone who is over 21. So please be mindful of that. I'm going to call the calendar at this time. I need to know that you are here, but if you have an attorney, your attorney can speak on your behalf. If you need an attorney, when I get to your name, please let me know, and the court can appoint one for you. Keith Barber, Mr. Holton Dennis.
I'm here. You said what now?
Your Honor, I'll need a breakout room with Mr. Barber.
All right, so Mr. Barber, if you mute your device, we'll get you into a breakout room with your attorney.
Okay.
Thank you. Ms. Han, are you representing him on both cases?
Yes, Your Honor, we are.
All right. Corey Laverne Bain. Mr. Bain?
Yes, Your Honor, I'm here.
All right, you're before the court for for driving on a suspended or revoked license, no license, and defective headlights. One of those offenses could result in you getting a further suspension if you currently have a license. Sir, did you wish to have an attorney represent you, or do you wish to represent yourself?
Attorney, please.
Okay. All right, I'll appoint one of the attorneys from the law firm of Lister and Holt, and they'll speak with you in a breakout room in a moment. Please mute your device. Jerome Beezer. Jerome Beezer.
Yes, I'm here.
All right,
Attorney
Mr.
Chair
Beezer.
Rutledge, appearing on behalf of Mr. Beezer.
All right, Ms. Rutledge, have you had a chance to speak with the state about this case?
No, I have not. I would like to go into a breakout room.
All right, so I'll give you a breakout room with the state in a few moments once we've gotten through the call of the calendar.
Thank you.
Elizabeth Best. Elizabeth Best. Elizabeth Best. All right.
State requested bench warrant, Your Honor.
Great, bench warrant will be granted. Mr. Donovan Gordon Blackston. Mr. Blackston, you hold the record for the number of times you've been on my calendar, sir. You're represented by Ms. Hahn from Lister Holton Dennis. Ms. Hahn, what's going on with this case?
Your Honor, like I was saying before, I'm not sure, I guess how he ended up on the calendar for a plea, because our impression was that he would be on the trial calendar, but he's also still indicated to me that he has been trying to hire Mr. Florio.
Mr. Blackton, let me just be honest with you, sir. It is obvious to me you don't have Mr. Florio money, because we've gone through this. No, sir, listen to me.
Yes, ma'am.
You've been on my calendar October 24th of 2022, December 1st of 2022, January 18th of 2023, February 20th of 2023, May 22nd of 2023. Sir, I mean, it is what it is. I'm not going to just keep waiting for you to track down Mr. Florio and try and get on his list. We need to move your case.
Yes, ma'am. But this was
No
going on.
buts.
Yes, ma'am.
Either you can pay him and get it done, or you can't. I mean, if you can't, that's fine. I'm giving you counsel, but sir, at some
right.
point we got to fish or cut bait, as they old folks say.
Yes, ma'am.
So are you gonna work with Ms. Hahn to get this case resolved? You got
I
traffic offenses, sir.
You're right. Yeah, I will. But I actually tried to go give him the money 2 days ago. He said he didn't know why I was on this calendar. I tried to go give him the money, and he said he needed to speak with Ms. Hahn. Yes,
Mr.
ma'am.
Blackson. Mr. Blackson. We've been going through this. I gave you the first continuance to hire Mr. Florio. If you still 6 months in, if you still 6 months in trying to give him the money, and Mr. Florio, I'm gonna tell you really honestly, Mr. Florio has moved on to felonies. He ain't really pressed about these misdemeanors. I'm just gonna tell you my impression, because he comes to my court all the time. Not that he's a bad attorney, he's an excellent attorney, but that's the reason he has filled his calendar up with felonies. So I'm telling you that you've had an attorney with the law firm of Lister and Holt for the longest. And instead of cooperating with them and keeping it moving, you keep trying to waste my time. And I'm sorry.
I'm not trying to waste your time, Your Honor.
I feel like you are, sir. Because I've been telling you, when I first gave you the continuance to hire an attorney, you needed to get it done. And I told you.
Yes, ma'am.
And didn't I tell you? I said, Mr. Blackson, I have the ability to appoint an attorney to you. I'm going to appoint that attorney, but if you wish to have a continuance to get an attorney, you're not going to be assured of an additional continuance. You need to go ahead and get it done.
Yes, ma'am.
I said those words, didn't I?
You did.
Okay, so please stop wasting my time, sir.
I have his money now.
No.
But if not, I mean, I'll work with Ms. Hahn. I mean,
I'm gonna put you in a breakout room
because
with Ms. Hahn so you can work on it. Because if you're gonna pay an attorney, and I've given you since October 24th of 2022 to get it done, I'm losing patience at this time, sir. I can put your case on a trial calendar and we can just move forward.
No, I understand. I
Your Honor,
definitely understand what you're saying.
So that you
that
do.
he wants to maintain his not guilty plea, is my
Okay,
understanding.
I'm gonna put him on a trial calendar then.
No,
All right, Mr. Blackson, do you want to prepare for trial with Ms. Hahn? Because you're coming up on my next trial calendar. That's how old your case is.
As of right now, I have to, but I'm trying to contact Mr. Florio. I have
Have
his
you
money
talked
now.
to Ms. Hahn?
No, I haven't. About our case?
Yeah.
No.
Would you like to try?
Yes, ma'am.
Because you can keep chasing Mr. Florio, and then I'm gonna tell you right now, Mr. Florio is good for at least 3 continuances once he gets on the trial calendar, because he's got felonies pending.
Yes, ma'am.
I'll put you in a breakout room with Miss Han and talk to her because I really am, this too much. All right, Marvin Ernest Bolanos Arias. Is he in court? Okay, Miss Sonia's gonna have to come way closer because the acoustics in that courtroom are horrible. Okay, has anyone seen or heard from Mr. Marvin Bolanos Arias? Miss Sonia, did you want to ask in Spanish?
Yes. ¿Está la persona Marvin Ernesto Bolaños Arias en el Zoom?
All right, so state.
Bench warrant bond forfeiture, Your Honor.
All right, bench warrant bond forfeiture. I think we have one other person, Miss Sonia, who may need your assistance. In fact, Mr. Kessler's here, and I think Mr. Kessler's ready for a plea with his client. Lolita Simmons Bowman. Lolita Simmons Bowman. Last call for Lolita Simmons Bowman.
State requests a bench warrant, Your Honor.
Bench warrant granted. Rafael Jose Briceño. Mr. Holton Dennis. All right,
Your Honor,
go ahead, Mr. White.
Your Honor, that's my case. I have been somewhat talking with Mr. Briceño. I do believe this is going to be a plea. I just need to hash out the final details with the interpreter.
All right, so I'll set up a breakout room with Ms. Fitzgerald for you all to speak. And let's see, interpreter. Jarrell O'Neill Brown. Jarrell O'Neill Brown. Last call for Jarrell O'Neill Brown.
State requested bench warrant, Your Honor.
Gavin Brundage. Gavin Brundage. Gavin Brundage.
State requested bench warrant, Your Honor.
Bench warrant. Charmaine Butler. Charmaine Butler. Last call for Charmaine Butler.
State requested bench warrant.
Bench warrant granted. Cornwall, Jalen Tyler Cornwall, that's Mr. Florio's client. He's announced an attorney conflict, so that case will be moved. Tarian Shanteri Davis. Tarian Shanteri Davis. Last call for Tarian Shanteri Davis.
State requested bench warrant.
Bench warrant granted. Christopher Sean Freeman, Thomas Florio, attorney conflict. All right.
I think Mr. Freeman is on, isn't he on the call on the Zoom?
Mr. Freeman, Christopher Freeman. Oh, Mr. Freeman, Mr. Florio has an attorney conflict, so sir, contact him and we'll get you back on the calendar, okay? All right, thank you. Kiruka Inhinakwe. Kiruka Inquinakwe.
He's in the courtroom, Your Honor.
All right. Ma'am, I apologize for mispronouncing your name. I'm sure I have not pronounced it the way it should be. Could you do that for me?
I think Kiruka Ihinakwe.
Okay. All right. So Ms. Ihinakwe, you're before the court for no insurance and failure to yield the right of way. At least one of those cases could end up in a suspension of your license. Do you wish to have the services of the Lister Holton Dennis to assist you, or do you wish to represent yourself?
May I ask, what would you suggest or advise?
I can't tell you what I would suggest. I can't give advice, ma'am. I have to be neutral.
I guess have someone assist me?
Sure. If you will have a seat, then once I set up the breakout rooms, they will assist you. So what will probably happen is the attorney will come into the breakout room and may request your phone number so that they can contact you directly by phone, and it's an easier way of communicating, okay? All right, thank you. And Gregorio Arnaldo Reynoso.
And Judge, 1 second. I'd like to get an offer from the prosecutor, and then if I could go to a breakout room with the client, please.
All right, Mr. Reynoso is in court. Mr. Reynoso, if you have a seat, Miss Sonia, I think this is going to be one of your clients. So if Mr. Reynoso would have a seat once once Mr. Kessler has spoken with the state, then he'll speak with Mr. Reynoso. All right. So let's go ahead and set up breakout rooms. The first breakout room is for the state and Miss Rutledge in the Beezer case. So let me have Miss Rutledge and Miss Janvier in the Beezer case. Miss Janvier is in breakout room number 2. Miss Rutledge, I'll put you in breakout room number 2. Once you all have an announcement, y'all can come back in, okay? All right, thank you. And for Keith Barber, Mr. Barber's in the Mr. Barber's on video. Miss Hahn, you said you need a breakout room with Mr. Barber. Go ahead and put you in a breakout room. You're in breakout room number 3. And I'll put Mr. Barber in breakout room number 3. Okay. Mr. White, you need a breakout room with someone?
Yes, Your Honor, I needed a breakout room with Mr. Brasino and with the interpreter.
Okay, so Mr. Mr. Brasino, Miss Sonia, I'm not sure how you want to do this. Mr. Brasino is on video. Mr. White is on video. If you want to come next to the computer, and then you'll be able to hear and speak with them more clearly. All right. So I'll put the courtroom, Mr. Brasino and Mr. White in breakout room number 1.
And Your Honor, I'll also talk with the cases we were appointed on as well.
Okay, so for those of you who are in the breakout in the courtroom, Mr. White is going to speak with you once he's finished talking with the interpreter about Mr. Brasino's case.
Question, Your Honor.
Yes, Mr. Bolton.
I was in the 1 o'clock session, but I had two charges, 2 different cases, and I didn't know if I didn't report to the second one. So I'm sorry. I'm just trying to make sure I get a bit.
No, sir. I have not guilty for both of those cases. So you did report on both, and you're fine.
Okay, I just want to make sure, Your Honor.
That's okay. You're free to go at this time, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Kessler, as soon as Ms. Janvier comes out of the breakout room, I'll put you in with her, and then we'll move things around as necessary, okay?
Thank you.
All right, thank you, sir.
Buenas tardes, ¿cómo estás? Sí, dígame.
Mr. White, you have an announcement?
Yes, Your Honor. You seem to have lost my client.
Yeah, he's not here anymore. He'll be back.
Yes.
All right, did you want to hold your announcement until I can let Mr. Well, I guess Mr. Kessler has to speak with Ms. John VA and she's still in the breakout room. Yeah, he'll be back in a minute. Did you want to announce it or you want to wait for him to come back?
I mean, we're just going to be entering a plea of nolo in the case, Your Honor.
All right, so that's Mr. Not Mr. Barber, Mr. Bresino.
Yes, Your Honor.
Is it no load counts 1 or 2?
Both, Your Honor.
All right. All right, when he's back, we'll take that announcement. Ms. Hahn, did you have an announcement?
Yes, Your Honor. For Mr. Barber, he's asking to be continued to the next calendar because he has a Florida license and he wants to verify how this entering a plea would affect his Florida license.
Okay, so I'll move Mr. Barber to August 10th. Mr. Barber, you'll be on the August 10th calendar at 2 p.m., August 10th at 2 p.m. Okay?
Made it back, Your Honor, even though I told him. I can let him know though, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
He's free to go.
All right.
Thanks. All right, so who did you, she went back.
Your Honor, can we go back in the breakout room? I think he may be in there still.
Who?
Mr. Bresino.
Oh, Mr. Bresino? Okay.
Yes,
hold
Your
on.
Honor.
Mr. Reynoso, un momento. Let's see, breakout room. Yes, he is. You can go in. You're still in there. All right, courtroom and Mr. White, you can go back into breakout room number 1 for Mr. Bresino.
Judge, on 1 p.m., we're still waiting on Robinson, or what happened on that case at the 1 p.m.?
Yeah, Ms. Hahn, did we ever resolve Robinson? Thank you, Ms. Val. Oh, shoot, she went back in the breakout room. Ms. Val, when she comes out of the breakout room, please remind me. Thank you.
Your Honor, I found Mr. Bresino, but now we don't have the courtroom. I see.
They went back into breakout room number 1. Mr. Barber, you're free to go. You'll get a continuance until there she comes. Okay. Ms. Hahn, did you ever resolve Ms. Robinson's case?
No, Your Honor. I'm still needing to talk to the state, but in the meantime, I could go in the breakout room with Mr. Blackson if that's all right. I can talk to him.
Well, I kind of need you to finish up with Ms. Robinson.
Sure. Okay.
But you said before you can do that, you have to talk to Ms. Janvier.
I do, Your Honor.
All right. So yeah, I'll let you talk to Mr. Blackson.
Okay.
And then we'll focus on the courtroom and trying to get Mr. Bresino and Miss and then we'll move on to Mr. Kessler's case.
Thank you.
Let's see. Okay. Breakout room. Okay, Ms. Hahn, you're in breakout room number 3. I'll put Mr. Blackson in breakout room number 3. And Mr. Bresino, Miss Sonia, it's gonna be easier if you come closer to the computer because that microphone is horrible. Thank you, ma'am. All right, so Mr. Bresino, you're before the court, sir, on 20.
Your Honor,
Yes.
we don't have Miss John VA at the moment.
Oh, shoot. Thank you. Good point. All right, I'm gonna just take a breather because I'm getting all confused. This is the 4th set of hearings for today. We started at 10 a.m. Just let me take a minute, and then when Ms. John VA comes back, we'll have everybody we need to go forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And Mr. White?
Yes.
Hey, is there any way you could message Ms. Hahn and ask her if she was able to speak with Ms. Genevieve about Ms. Robinson?
Miss, she's still waiting to speak with Miss Janvier. And as soon as Miss Janvier comes out of the breakout room, we're gonna take the plea for Mr. Briseno, and then we'll give I'll try and move it around because I want to do Mr. Kessler so so the interpreter can be released. And so she may have to wait a few more minutes. My apologies, but we're just trying to get things done so I have the best use of the interpreter while she's available.
Okay, no problem, Your Honor. I appreciate that. Also, now we do need the interpreter for one of the for Mr.
Inmates. Yeah, that's Mr. Kessler's case.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Your Honor, we have an announcement for Beezer.
Go ahead, ma'am.
We would like if we could, Your Honor, one-time continuance.
August 10th, 2 p.m.
Thank you.
All right.
Will it be the
All right.
same Zoom room information?
It's going to be the same.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor. May we be excused?
You may. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. All right. So, Mr. Beezer, Miss Rutledge, you're excused at this time. Miss Janvier.
Thank you.
We have a plea in the courtroom for we have a plea for Mr. Briseno, and I'm trying to make the best use of Miss Sonia. So, where'd the courtroom go? Courtroom, we ready? Mr. White, Mr. Briseno? All right, Miss Sonia, come on up to the front for me.
I'm here.
All right, thank you. Mr. Briseno, raise your right hand for me, please.
Señor Briceño, levante la mano derecha.
All right. Do you solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give will be true?
¿Te jura que todo el testimonio que dé hoy aquí va a ser la verdad?
Lo juro.
I swear.
Okay, you can put your hand down, sir.
Puede bajar la mano.
You're before the court on 2021 CR 05825. Rafael Jose Briseno.
Usted está frente a la juez por el caso 2021 CR 05825, Rafael José Briceño.
For speeding 35 plus miles an hour over the limit.
Por andar a alta velocidad a 35 millas por hora por arriba del límite.
And no tag or expired or invalid tag.
Y por tener el ticket de la patente o vencido o no lo tenía, una de las dos.
You're represented by Justin White.
Su abogado es Justin White.
You're entering a plea of no contest to both cases.
Y se va a declarar nulo de los dos casos.
By entering a plea of nolo, you give up the right to have a trial by jury or judge.
Al declararse nulo, usted renuncia a su derecho de ir a juicio frente a un juez o un jurado.
You give up the right to present evidence and testimony on your behalf.
Renuncia al derecho de presentar testimonios o evidencia en su favor.
You give up the right to not incriminate yourself or present evidence and testimony against yourself.
Usted renuncia a su derecho de autoincriminarse o su derecho de traer evidencias o testigos en contra de usted.
And if you're not a United States citizen, a plea of guilty or no contest could negatively impact your immigration status.
Si usted no es ciudadano americano, declararse culpable o no lo podría tener un impacto negativo en su situación inmigratoria.
You understand all of these things?
¿Entiende todos estos derechos?
Factual basis and recommendation, please, interpreter speed.
Van a
Yes,
leer
Your Honor.
ahora la base de la acusación y nos van a decir cuál es la recomendación.
On January 4th of 2021, while an officer was on duty at Highway 138 and Ambassador Drive in Riverdale, Georgia,
El día 4 de enero del 2021, un policía estaba patrullando la zona de la Highway 138 y la Ambassador Drive.
where the incident did occur in Clayton County.
Esto ocurrió en el condado de Clayton.
An officer observed a motor vehicle being operated by Mr. Brasino.
Un policía vio que usted iba manejando un automóvil
Traveling at 93 miles per hour in a 55 mile per hour zone.
que iba manejando a 93 millas por hora en una zona de 55 millas por hora.
With an expired tag.
Y con el ticket de la patente vencido.
The state is recommending for count 1, 12 months probation, $500 fine, driver improvement course to terminate upon completion.
Entonces, por el cargo número 1, que es el de alta velocidad, la recomendación es 12 meses de libertad condicional o probatoria, $500 de multa y un curso de manejo para mejorar.
For count 2, a $100 fine.
Y del cargo número 2, que es el del sticker de la patente, son $100.
Mr. Briceño, the $500 fine is going to be $737.50 with the surcharges.
Señor Briceño, la multa de $500 con los cargos extra es $737.50.
The $100 fine is going to be $151.50 with the surcharges.
Y la multa de $100 con los cargos extra es $151.50.
Mr. White, anything else on behalf of Mr. Briceño?
Señor White, ¿quiere decir algo más en nombre del señor Briceño?
Your Honor, from my understand, if I am correct, Mr. Briceño lives in Texas. I understand that he has a Texas license. I understand he's going on probation. If he just could be allowed to report via phone.
Bueno, el señor Briceño vive en el estado de Texas. Él tiene licencia de conducir del estado de Texas. Quisiera saber si él puede hacer su libertad condicional o probatoria vía telefónica, reportarse vía telefónica.
Any objection to reporting by phone or mail, Ms. Janvier?
No, Your Honor.
La fiscalía no se opone a que usted se reporte solamente por teléfono.
Mr. Briceño, I'm going to sentence you to 12 months probation, a fine in the amount of $500, a driver improvement course, and it must be a course approved by the Texas Department of Driver Services or Motor Vehicles. And once you have completed all of the conditions on both of these cases, your sentence can be terminated.
Entonces, señor Briceño, lo voy a sentenciar a 12 meses de libertad condicional o probatoria, $500 de multa y un curso para mejorar el manejo, que tiene que ser un curso que sea aprobado por el DMV o el Departamento Vehicular de Texas, donde usted viva, tiene que buscar. Una vez que complete todo eso, hacer el curso y pagar las multas, libertad condicional se termina.
The $100 fine for count 2 will run concurrent, meaning the same time as the sentence on count 1.
Y el cargo número 2 que tiene, que es el de $100, se cumple al mismo tiempo que cumple el cargo número 1.
Any questions, sir?
¿Tiene alguna pregunta?
No.
No.
All right, so Mr. Briceño, I'm gonna need you to slow way down before you kill somebody, sir.
Señor Briceño, necesito que maneje mucho más despacio, no quiero que mate a alguien.
No se preocupe, señor juez.
Don't worry, Judge.
I worry.
Sí, me preocupo.
All right, Mr. Brasino, I'm going to put you and Miss Sonia in a breakout room with, Mr. Carmichael. Mr. Carmichael, could you do me the favor of walking down to the courtroom? Because it'll be easier. That way I don't have to try and manage multiple people in the breakout room. And then I'll still have Miss Sonia in the breakout room because I'm going to put Mr. Kessler in a breakout room with Miss Janvier. While I'm doing that, you can talk to Mr. Brasino with Miss Sonia, and then I can get Mr. Kessler's client with Miss Sonia. So would that be okay, please?
I'm already going over there.
Thank you, sir. All right, so I'm gonna put you all in a breakout room so I don't hear anything. So the courtroom is in breakout room number 1. Please go into that breakout room so that Mr. Carmichael can speak with Mr. Brasino. And then Mr. Kessler, I'm gonna put you in a breakout room with Miss Janvier, breakout room number 2. And when you all come back, then we should be able to bring out your client and then put you in a breakout room with him.
Señor Briceño, vaya al cuarto número 1. Ahí le van a mandar la invitación otra vez.
Oh, hold on, I got him coming in there.
Ah, ahora le va a llegar, espere.
Yeah, Mr. Brasino, you can go back into the courtroom, into breakout room number 1.
¿Le llegó ya la invitación? Okay.
No, aún no.
Where's Mr. Brasino?
He said he didn't receive it.
Oh, okay, Mr. Brasino, tell him don't do anything until I say to go in.
Espere, no haga nada, ¿eh? La juez lo va a hacer.
Second. All right, and then hold on. All right, so they can go into breakout room number 5.
Ah, al cuarto 5, señor Briceño.
Yes. All right, so, all right, so everyone's in a breakout room. For those of you who are still waiting, thank you for your patience. We will get to you pretty quickly and get you taken care of. I do not see a Otto Soto on my calendar. So if someone knows why Mr. Soto is here in the courtroom, please let me know. Aisha Gordon is the victim advocate, so I know who that is, but I don't know who Otto Soto is.
Bondsman for Mr. Brasino.
I'm sorry?
It's the bondsman for Mr. Brasino.
Oh, okay. He's trying to make sure his money doesn't go somewhere. I get it. So, Mr. Soto, Mr. Brasino. Oh, so Mr. Soto, once this case is concluded, then you will be able to go get your bond from the jail. Mr. Soto, puede obtener el reembolso de su fianza de la cárcel.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Oh, man, you could have told me you spoke English.
I'm sorry about that.
Okay. How did I do?
Oh, excuse me?
How did I do?
I'm just in my house. I'm sorry.
No, I'm saying, how was my Spanish?
Oh, it's good. It's pretty good.
Okay, I'm gonna go with that, Mr. Soto. But yeah, once this case is over now, so you can go ahead and seek return of the bond from the jail.
Thank you very much, Honor.
All right, you're free to go. Mr. Kessler, you
Yeah,
all have an
we're-
announcement for me? Or you
Yeah, I
need to
just
do-
need
Uh-huh.
a minute, to talk to Mr. Reynoso, and that'll be resolved, Judge.
Okay,
Yes.
let me put you in the breakout room. So as soon as Miss Sonia is finished with Mr. Carmichael and the other gentleman, then you can go right in, okay?
Okay.
So in fact, you can just be waiting there in the breakout room with them. That's going to be room number 5. I'm going to go ahead and put you in there now. Because he's just doing intake for probation. All right, and so just once they're finished, then ask the deputy to bring out your client. Thank you. Whew, all right, I'm tired.
It didn't work.
Is there someone else you need to speak with? Miss Khan for Robinson.
Okay, yes, I'm gonna call her back. Oh, yeah, I'm gonna call her back, Your Honor.
All right, so, and y'all mute because I don't want to hear anybody else's extra conversation. Also, who's speaking with Mr. Bain? Mr. Bain, I didn't forget you. We're gonna get somebody to talk to you. Mr. White, are you speaking with somebody right now? Mr. White? Can you speak with Mr. Bain?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, so Mr. Bain, I'm gonna put you in a breakout room with Mr. White right now, okay, sir?
Thank you.
All right, so I'll put you in breakout room number 1 with Mr. White. And Ms. Hahn, did you have a, oh, you need to speak with the state. And Ms. Ihinake is in the courtroom. So whoever has gone into the courtroom, I hope we'll get them to speak with Ms. Ihinake, Ihinakwe, and Mr. Bain. Let's see who else is left. So we need an announcement on Blackson from Ms. Hahn. All right, so the remaining cases on the calendar are Ihinakwe, Reynoso, and Bain, and Blackson. Mr. Kessler, you can go on in that breakout room if you wish. They were just doing probation intake, and once they finish, I don't want you to miss the opportunity to have your inmate client come right out.
Yeah, Judge, I didn't get an invitation to join the breakout room.
I'm sorry. Let's see. I might have to send it again because you're in there. Hold on. I'm gonna move you. Don't do anything until I tell you, okay?
Okay.
Where were we? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, you're in there. So I'm gonna move you and then I'm gonna move you back in, okay? Move you to breakout room number 2. Don't do anything. I'm gonna move you back to breakout room number 5. All right. When you see the invitation for 5, that's when you go in. You see it?
No, no, I don't. No, I don't see any invitations. Yeah, it's weird.
Yeah, it's okay. I'm gonna move you back to 2 and tell me if you see something.
No,
For
I
some
don't see any.
reason, there's a red circle around yours that I have not seen before. Let's see. Nope, it's should work. Okay, let's try one more time. Breakout room number 5. You touch your screen?
Oh, yeah, still the same thing. Yeah.
Ah, lolly.
Should I log in and log out again? Maybe I don't know.
That would be good. Could you do that for me? I'm
I'm
sorry.
gonna log in, log out. Okay.
All right, thank you, and I'll put you right in. Oh.
Your Honor.
Yes, Mr. White.
I have an announcement for Mr. Bain.
Yes.
I'm going to be entering a guilty plea in that case.
All right. Mr. Bain, may I see you, please? All right. Mr. Kessler goes to room 5. You see it now, Mr. Kessler?
Thanks.
All right, thank you. Mr. Bain, raise your right hand for me, sir. You solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give in this matter will be true.
Yes.
All right, you can put your hand down. So Corey Bain, you're before the court on 2021 CR 05829, represented by Mr. Justin White. You're charged with driving on a suspended or revoked license, no license, and defective headlights. Mr. White, what is he entering a plea to?
Your Honor, he's entering a plea of guilty to count 3.
Okay. All right, sir. By entering a plea of guilty to count 3, you give up the right to have a trial by jury or judge. You give up the right to have the state prove your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. You give up the right to have the presumption of innocence in your favor. You give up the right to confront witnesses, subpoena witnesses, present testimony and evidence on your behalf, not incriminate yourself or present any testimony or evidence against yourself. And if you're not a United States citizen, a plea of guilty or no contest could negatively impact your immigration status. Do you understand all of these things, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Factual basis and recommendation, please.
Yes, Your Honor. On February the 17th of 2021, while an officer was on duty at Mount Zion Road and Highway 138, where the incident occurred in Clayton County, the officer observed a motor vehicle being operated by Mr. Bain, operating without a properly working headlight. The state is moving to no prize counts 1 and 2, and count 3 will be a $50 fine.
All right, sir, the fine is $50. It'll be $83.25 with the surcharges. I'll give you 30 days to pay because you're not at the courthouse. But if you need additional time, I can give you up to 60 days. If not, then I'm going to ask you to send your email address. Mr. White, do you have his email address that you can send to Ms. Wright?
I do, Your Honor.
Okay, so Mr. Bain, Mr. White is going to send your email address to Ms. Wright. She's going to send you an email with your sentence sheet that tells you the date by which it should be paid and also options for paying. You can come in and pay, or you can pay online or by phone. Did you have any other questions?
No, ma'am.
All right, so once Mr. White has sent your email address, sir, then you'll be free to go. Counts 1 and 2 will be no prost, and I'm accepting that guilty plea on the defective headlights. Thank you, Mr. Bain. All right, you're free to go at this time. All right, Mr. White, the last person we have, I think, is Miss Ihinakwe. And she's in the breakout, she's in the courtroom. So I'm going to try, and once Mr. Kessler gives me an announcement on his client's case, his client's an inmate, and he's going to need Miss Sonia. I'm going to try and get you in a breakout room with her, and then I'll try and figure out what's going on with Mr. Blackson and Miss Hahn. All right.
Yeah. All right. Thank you, Your Honor.
Your Honor, do we take a plea on Barber or something?
No, Mr. Barber, his cases were not guilty.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Kessler.
Yeah, we're ready, Judge. We're ready.
All right. As soon as the courtroom comes back, here they are. All right. Mr. Reynoso.
Tiempo cumplido se terminó acá y después usted va a tener que seguir lidiando con otro caso. Él no es el abogado, no sé quién sea el abogado.
All right. We ready, Miss Sonia?
Yes, we're ready, Your Honor.
All right. So, State of Georgia versus Gregorio Orlando Reynoso. All right. This is case 2022 CR 05230. Miss Sonia, can you hear me?
Yes, I was doing simultaneous, Your Honor.
Oh, I'm sorry. Silly me. All right.
So you can finish.
Okay. So you're before the court for improper lane change and no license. You're represented by attorney Jason Kessler. Mr. Kessler, what is your client plea to the offenses before the court?
It's a guilty to no license, Judge. And the guilty to the other one also, Judge.
All right. By entering a plea of guilty to improper lane change, count 1, and no license, count 2, you give up the right to have a trial by jury or judge. You give up the right to have the state prove your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. You give up the right to have the presumption of innocence in your favor. You give up the right to confront witnesses, subpoena witnesses, present testimony and evidence on your behalf, to not incriminate yourself. And if you're not a United States citizen, a plea of guilty or no contest could negatively impact your immigration status. Do you understand all of these things, sir?
Yes.
Factual basis and recommendation, interpreter speed, please.
Yes, Your Honor. On August 24th of 2022, while an officer was on duty at Holiday Drive in Forest Park, where the incident did occur in Clayton County, the officer was called to a vehicle collision. He made contact with the driver of vehicle number 1, which was determined to be Mr. Reynoso. After speaking with both parties, he determined that Mr. Reynoso had made an improper lane change and also determined that he did not have a valid driver's license.
Yes.
The state is recommending, I'm sorry. The state is recommending for count 1 a $100 fine suspended. And for count 2, 12 months to serve 10 days, credit for time served, balance suspended.
Anything else on behalf of your client, Mr. Kessler?
No, Judge, my client, well, just to be clear, my client, we're here for the no license case. He's in jail on a terroristic threats case and an ICE hold, so he'll have a lot more issues. But he understands we're here just for this license issue to resolve this today, not for the other issues. Okay.
Okay, well, he does have a bond that is his on file with the sheriff. So I don't know if it's appropriate at this time for him to get refund of the bond, but based on this case being resolved, he is able to do that.
Okay, I'll let him know. Is it in his name or a family member's name? Do you just
No, it is in his name.
Okay, I'll let him know.
Okay, thank you. All right, thank you, Miss Sonia. I think that is all.
You're welcome, Your Honor.
All right, and Miss Ihinakwe, I'm gonna put Mr. White in the breakout room with you so he can speak with you about your case, and I thank you for your patience. All right, so I'm gonna ask the courtroom to go into breakout room number, I'm gonna put you in breakout room number 1, just hold on, with Mr. White. All right, Mr. White in the courtroom or in breakout room number 1 for Ms. Ihinakwe's case. And then we're waiting for an announcement for Mr. Blackson's case. Thank you all.
Your Honor, we have an announcement from Mr. Blackson. Your
Yes.
Honor, Mr. Blackson is going to be entering pleas of nolo to count 1 and count 2. State agreed to no cross count 3.
All right, sounds good. Mr. Blackson, raise your right hand for me. Do you solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give in this matter will be true?
Yes.
All right, you can put your hand down. Mr. Blackson, you're before the court on 2020 CR 00311. Donovan Gordon Blackson, you're before the court for 1 count of reckless driving, 1 count of fleeing from police, and 1 count of obstruction of an officer by a plea of nolo to counts 1 and 2. And you're represented by attorney Chelsea Hahn with the law firm of Lister, Holt, and Dennis. By entering a plea of nolo to counts 1 and 2, you give up the right to have a trial by jury or judge. You give up the right to have the state prove your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. You give up the right to have the presumption of innocence in your favor. You give up the right to confront witnesses, subpoena witnesses, present testimony and evidence on your behalf, to not incriminate yourself or present any testimony or evidence against yourself. And if you're not a United States citizen, a plea of guilty or no contest could negatively impact your immigration status. Do you understand all of these things, sir?
Oh, yes, ma'am.
All right, factual basis and recommendation, please.
Yes, Your Honor. On March 13th of 2019, during a road safety check on Garden Walk Boulevard and Garden Springs Drive, where the incident occurred in Clayton County, an officer came into contact with a motor vehicle being operated by Mr. Blackson, advised they were conducting the safety check and requested his driver's license. At that time, Mr. Blackson provided a Georgia ID that was expired. Mr. Blackson was asked to pull forward while the driver's license status was checked. Mr. Blackson kept moving, did not stop. The officer attempted to get Mr. Blackson to stop. He continued to drive away without regard and recklessly from the checkpoint, Your Honor. The officer then had to enter his patrol vehicle to attempt to catch Mr. Blackson, but wasn't able to. The state is recommending for count 1 a $500 fine, for count 2 a $1,000 fine, and count 3 be no process.
All right, Ms. Hahn. Ms. Hahn, I can't. There you are. Go
Sorry,
ahead.
Your Honor. We ask that you accept the recommendation and that Mr. Blackson just wants on the record that you know, the no-low plea is due to the fact that he is adamant about the fact that he's not guilty. So
Fine with me. All right, so does he need additional time in which to pay the fines and fees? The $500 fine is going to be $737.50 with the surcharges. The $1,000 fine is going to be $1,420 with the surcharges. And does he wish to pay those today or have additional time?
Your Honor, he initially indicated to me that he needed 60 days, but that was on my estimation of what the fees would be. And I think I was slightly lower. So Mr. Blackson, do you need longer than 60 days?
Yeah.
Okay.
But if I pay it, can I also, what if I don't need that long? Can I pay it before?
Sure.
Okay.
All right, so you want 60 days or you want more than 60 days?
I would say that at the 2 months, I'm doing shows now. So maybe, I don't know. I'm gonna get it done, Your Honor.
What you play, Mr. Blackson?
Ma'am?
What you play?
What do I play?
You said you're doing shows now?
Oh, yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I'm an artist. I'm signed to Bentley Records. And
you sing?
No, ma'am. I rap.
Oh, okay then. All right, well, get your shows up. It's summertime. They got a lot of festivals and something coming up. Listen, Mr. Blackson, go ahead and I'm gonna give you 60 days in which to pay. If you have any difficulty, contact the clerk's office and they'll give you instructions on what you can do if you run into an issue meeting that deadline, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so I'm going to ask Ms. Hahn if she can to to chat your email address to Ms. Wright.
All right.
And once she's done that, you'll be free to go. Just
All
remember
right.
the deadline for your payments, okay? And you don't have to pay it all at once. You can make periodic payments. You can make it online or by phone. So you don't have to just come down here with all of it at one time. You can make payments until the deadline.
Okay.
All right.
And then, all right. Thank you.
Okay. Anything else, Ms. Hahn?
No, Your Honor, that's it. Thank you for being patient with us.
No problem. All right, so Mr. Blackson, thank you very much. And you're free to go at this time, sir.
Okay, thank you again.
All right. All right, so Mr. White, do you have an announcement for Ms. Inhinakwe?
Yes, Your Honor, we're going to be pleading nolo in that case. Also, I was told Ms. Robinson is still in the courtroom.
Yes, Ms. Robinson and Ms. Hahn, did you have a chance to speak with Ms. Janvier? Ms. Hahn.
Oh, sorry, Your Honor. If I could just speak with Ms. Robinson, I did have a chance to speak with Ms. Janvier.
Okay, so Ms. Robinson, do you have her number? Can you call her?
I think, hold on, I should.
Okay, Ms. Robinson, Ms. Hahn is gonna try and call you. Ms. Ihenakwe, come back. Where you going, ma'am? Ma'am, I got to do several things at once. I'm a hardworking judge, so I'm trying to manage 2, 3 things at one time. But no, ma'am, you're right where you need to be.
Your Honor, I actually don't have her number. I apologize.
Okay, all right, so we'll, Ms. Robinson will be back in the courtroom and then you can have it. Ms. Ihenakwe, you're before the court on case 2015 CR 10922 for no insurance and failure to yield the right of way. You're represented by Mr. White. And Mr. White, what is your client plead to the offenses before the court?
Your Honor, she pleads nolo to both counts.
All right, by entering a plea of nolo, ma'am, you give up the, oh, I'm sorry, raise your right hand for me. Do you solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give in this matter will be true?
Yes.
All right, so Miss, you can put your hand down. Miss Robinson, Miss Hahn will be back on to speak with you in a minute. She has spoken with the state about your case. Thank you for your patience. All right, so by entering a plea of nolo to counts 1 and 2, Miss Ihenakwe, you give up the right to have a trial by jury or judge. You give up the right to have the state prove your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. You give up the right to have the presumption of innocence in your favor. You give up the right to confront witnesses, subpoena witnesses, present testimony and evidence on your behalf, to not incriminate yourself or present any testimony or evidence against yourself. And if you're not a United States citizen, I'm sorry, a plea of guilty or no contest could negatively impact your immigration status. Do you understand all of these things?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, factual basis recommendation, please.
Yes, Your Honor. On November 13th of 2015, an officer was dispatched to North Main Street and State Road 138, where the incident occurred in Clayton County, to a vehicle collision. At that time, the officer made contact with both driver 1, who was determined to be Miss Inakwe, and driver 2. After speaking with both of them, the officer determined that Miss Inakwe was at fault for failing to yield the right of way, and then determined that she did not have valid insurance. The state is recommending for count 1 a $200 fine, and for count 2 a $100 fine.
All right. So, Ms. Ihenakwe, count 1 is a $200 fine with the surcharges. It's going to be $298. On count 2, it's a $100 fine, which is going to be $151.50 with the surcharges. Mr. White, is your client going to need more than 30 days in which to pay, or does she want to pay today?
Your Honor, she'll need more than 30 days to pay. She could have 60 days.
Okay, perfect. So, Ms. Ihenakwe, you're in the courtroom. I'm going to ask you to go down to the second floor. And when you come back through the double doors, you're going to go to your left and you'll see the traffic court window. When you get to that window, they'll pull up your information. They'll give you your sentence sheet that tells you the date by which you need to pay, and ask about paying online or by phone so you don't have to come back down here, okay? All right, do you have any questions? Thank you for your patience, ma'am. All right, you're free to go at this time. Just head to the second floor. All right. All right, and Miss Robinson, I'm sorry, come on up so Miss Hahn can hear you. I'm going to put you all back into a breakout room, and let's see if we can't resolve your case and get out of here, okay? Thank you.
Oh, no, you're good to go.
Yes, you can go on down to the second floor, Miss Hinakwe. All right, so so Deputy, if you would go into the breakout room, I'm gonna put Miss Hahn into breakout room number 1 with you all. And then once she has an announcement, then we'll be able to resolve this. Thank you.
Your Honor, we have an announcement for Ms. Robinson.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. What you got?
She's going to be entering a plea of NOLO to the speeding. And then I didn't call Ms. Janvier, but Ms. Janvier, she's going to be accepting the increased fine in exchange for the no class.
All right, raise your right hand for me, ma'am. Miss, do you solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give in this matter will be true?
Yes.
All right, you can put your hand down. And you said she's entering a plea of NOLO?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, you give up, ma'am, you're before the court on 2021 CR 05653 to Chiffon Robinson, speeding 26 to 30 miles per hour over the limit. You're entering a plea of NOLO. By doing so, you give up the right to have a trial by jury or judge. You give up the right to have the state prove your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. You give up the right to have the presumption of innocence in your favor. You give up the right to confront witnesses, subpoena witnesses, present testimony and evidence on your behalf, to not incriminate yourself or present any testimony or evidence against yourself. And if you're not a United States citizen, a plea of guilty or no contest could negatively impact your immigration status. Do you understand all of these things?
Yes.
All right. Factual basis and recommendation, please.
Yes, Your Honor. On April 20th of 2021, while an officer was on duty at Highway 138 and Devonshire Drive, where the incident occurred in Clayton County, the officer observed a motor vehicle being operated by Ms. Robinson traveling at 52 miles per hour in a 25 mile per hour zone. The state is recommending a fine of $300.
All right, ma'am. The fine is $300, $444, and with the surcharges. Did you wish to pay that today or have additional time?
Your Honor, she needs 60 days.
All right, so Ms. Robinson, you'll have 60 days in which to pay. I'm going to ask you to go down to the second floor to get your paperwork. When you come back through the double doors into the hallway on the second floor, go to your left and you'll see the traffic court window. At the window, they'll give you your paperwork and you can ask about paying online or by phone so you don't have to come back down here, okay? All right, did you have any questions? All right. Thank you, Ms. Robinson, for your patience. I know it got a little crazy, but thank you. All right. You're free to go at this time. All right. I believe that is our last case on the calendar. Thank you, deputies.
No problem, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right. Appreciate you. All right. So anything else? We're free to go?
Nothing from me, Your Honor.
All right.
Nothing from the state, Your Honor.
All righty then. Y'all have a good one. And I'll see you next week.
All right. Have a good one, Your Honor.
Have a good one, Your Honor.